It's okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a quorum on the floor and we're going to go ahead. Next amendment for our consideration, amendment number 61 to House Bill 1. Representative Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 61 to House Bill number 1, and I ask for everyone's support on this. Ladies and gentlemen, this deals with a program that started in 2001, where the state partnered with citizens and businesses to match money given to large gifts at the University of Wyoming. So 2 years ago, the 67th Legislature gave $10 million in matching funds, and the citizens and the businesses of Wyoming stepped up and they matched that. Since 2001, this program has raised $237 million in endowments. Our good committee number 2 reduced the governor's recommendation. So the university, because of the success of this program, asked that we do up to $20 million in matching funds. The governor put it at $12,500,000, and committee number 2 reduced it to $2.5 million. So $7.5 million less than what we approved 2 years ago. The $2.5 million.
Chief Executive. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but Chief Executive.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
You bet. Go ahead.
The committee number 2 did leave the $2.5 million if it's endowed to the College of Agriculture. But that does not include what these endowments have done the last 2 years. So here's some programs in the last 2 years that $10 million has funded. Business ethics, civil engineering, construction management, petroleum engineering, first generation students, honors programs, Native American students, nursing, STEM, pre-med, veterans, and wildlife research. So none of these would be qualifying anymore with the current appropriation. So my amendment is asking that we go back, put the $10 million in so that all these other programs can be matched. And again, this is a partnership with businesses. It's a partnership with our citizens, and it dates back for 25 years now. So a great program, a great partnership with the people of Wyoming, and I ask for your support.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time on the amendment? Representative Harshman, first time on the amendment. Please, sir, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My hearing's not so good and I don't listen very well. So if I could have the good bringer when he's on his second closing out, just list those programs again that were in and now are out unless we adopt this. You went pretty quick on that. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in favor of this amendment, members. This is really encouraging that philanthropy that we all have talked about over the last couple of days. And, you know, it really is a public-private partnership when we do this and to support our university, and it makes our dollars go a lot further. So encourage an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Any members? Representative Rodriguez-Williams, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and opposed to this amendment. I have a question for the bringer of the amendment. On line 13, it says 12 and 13, it says to support endowments for priorities identified and approved by the University of Wyoming Board of Trustees. So essentially my question is, can they redirect endowment earnings to pay for UW Athletics operational costs? I believe that this amendment perhaps creates a endowment loophole. On and opposed.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for your first time? Representative Nicholas, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On in favor of the amendment, ladies and gentlemen. So this is one of the primary ways that we as a body can cooperate with private entities and donors to raise the level of quality education at the University of Wyoming, and more importantly, to make it closer and closer to be self-sustaining. This is how we do it. You know, if this continues on for another 50 years, we may not have to pay anything in from our general funds. And ideally, that's where we want to go. We all know that the current chief person for the UW has been on a mission to try to make it as self-sustaining as possible. This is one of the ways that has to happen. So if we don't put that matching dollars out there, the money just doesn't come in. And so it makes our job easier, and it makes education less expensive, and it makes more opportunities for people in Wyoming. So please vote in favor.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for your first time? First time on the amendment? Second time? Second time on the amendment. Representative Clauston, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the question from the good chair of Labor and Health, I'm not 100% sure. I just pulled up the website. There is 2 other programs for athletics that you can do endowments for that are separate from this. One's called the Athletics Challenge, and then the other one deals with Athletic Facilities Challenge. Those are separate programs than this one. To the former speaker, sorry for speaking so fast. So again, the money appropriated would go just to the College of Agriculture. No longer would it be used for these other programs that have been set up. Business ethics, civil and architectural engineering, construction management, ecology and water conservation, energy and petroleum engineering, first generation students, honors program, Native American students, nursing, pre-med, STEM, wildlife research, veterans, tourism and recreation. So none of those would qualify under the current appropriation. Thank you.
Members, you're voting on House Bill number 1, amendment number 61. All those, see, Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, repeat, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strzok, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Haroldson, excused to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 29 aye, 31 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt the third reading amendment number 61 to House Bill number 1. Next one for our consideration is number 62. Representative Wiley, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm running over people. At this time, I'd like to move third reading amendment number 62 to House Bill 1. Body, this is advanced oil recovery again. I have some more information for you folks. Again, this is a money maker. We really need to support these guys. They need it. So before we were talking about this, because this is for a position, they cannot fund anything else currently that they have in their funding mechanism or within their funding to create any of these positions or fill these positions within the department. As of now, they do not have the staff, period. So the staff member is critically needed so they can continue to do their work. So we could take the stuff that goes like this and, it's kind of getting harder and harder to pump it out of the ground and make some money. So we can keep doing that and continue to generate revenue. I please ask for favorable consideration. Vote aye.
Representatives for their first time. Representative Davis, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With our legacy industry here, just the other day, when I was in the industry, we drilled everything directional, straight down. Technology has taken off. Now we're going horizontal 3 miles. To curtail this development as far as artificial lifting, I don't understand. We need this position here to develop this industry, which puts dollars into the state of Wyoming. Right now, oil is the basis of what we're in our budget, because natural gas, as you look outside, not today, but before, was take on a tank. We have no market for it. So we need to stay on top of this, and enhance oil and will deliver economic dollars back to the communities that have these aging oil fields in them. I think somewhere I remember we have only brought out, maybe the good representative can true up on this number, but like the easy 40% or 30% of the oil. The rest is still stuck in the reservoir. We got to figure out how to get it out of there. Enhance it is what we're doing. We're using different things from CO2, water floods, all kinds of stuff to try and recover this oil. So I'm on and for this so we can stay ahead of the curve.
Representative Larson Lloyd, sir, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In their second reading, we heard that there's some reversions that come back, I think around $900,000, that if they really want, they can use that. They cannot. Those reversions go to projects. They can't use it for this type of administrative. The second point that I'd bring up is, if you've got, in this body currently and has in the past supported enhanced oil recovery very well. And these guys that we hire to do these engineers and project managers are at the skill level that's very high. Do we take their time then and do this administrative work that this position does? That's not efficient use of your resources. We need to keep them engaged in developing our resources, give them the administrative assistance that they need, give them this position, and I'd encourage you to vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bear, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second, please.
First for a second, sir. Any others? First time? Seeing none, second time. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to remind the body, we did, this particular time around, the JAC did provide for a new engineer. So we are beginning to support this agency much better. This was a request for a secretary to answer the phones, and we feel like they can continue doing as they have been. Vote no.
Second time, Representative Larson Lloyd. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I would question, is it efficient use of your resources to have an engineer doing the daily administrative work, such as answering phones and doing the paperwork to keep people organized? Let's use our resources to get our resources to better develop our resources. This isn't a big ask, but it sure is a big help to them. I'd encourage you to vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Davis, do you want a second bite at the apple? You're the only one left. Okay, please, Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, please support our legacy industries. These oil fields are some of the oldest that have been developed in the state. We need them to continue to produce for us so we can make money and revenue and argue about it on this floor. Again, we talked about it's great that we give them an engineer. They needed another engineer, but we need that engineer to be digging into the work that they need to be doing, crunching numbers and stuff. Let's have somebody up in the front office working on permitting and answering phones and sending emails and dealing with folks like us that ask some questions about, hey, how can you get the revenue out of the ground better? Please support this. Vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you're voting on amendment number 62 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strack, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 34 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt amendment number 62 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Next amendment for consideration is amendment number 63. Representative Yin, sir, if you would, please.
Mr. Speaker, if it's in order, I would actually like to move amendment number 65. And if you can choose to not find that in order, but that would be my preference, to move 65 first.
Chief Clerk, is there, as long as it's in the same agency, I don't think there's any issue with that, so. Okay, here we go. All right, Representative Yin, amendment number 65.
Mr. Speaker, I very much appreciate that. Members, I move third reading amendment number 65 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, the reason I'm moving this first is frankly because it is more important. This is priority number 4 from the agency, but if you look on your status report, so if you take out your status report, it is section 77, which is page 34 of 68. There's a talk about what has happened for this specific request. I'll give everyone a couple seconds to go to page 34. So on page 34, line 16, it talks about how the committee number 2 decreased the governor's rec of $1.5 million to 0 IS. So what is IS? IS is the internal service fund. So internal service fund means it's money that the agency has within its own fund to $0, and then added $621,000 from S0 for cloud services. And so S0, because it's later in that area. So again, this is number 16 on the status report. Footnote 3 to specify the funding source is the depreciation reserve account. So basically, the committee number 2 decided not to fund all of this committee's request, but to fund part of it by draining another account. What the amendment proposes to do is, again, to give spending authority to the agency to use their money for these cloud services. And so cloud services, what are cloud services? This is something that ETS, and maybe a little bit of what ETS actually does. ETS was formed to centralize the tech services across all of our agencies. So all of our agencies uses ETS services. They pay money to ETS for the services they need, and then ETS uses that money, which is in their internal service fund, to pay for things like cloud services. So the cloud services we're specifically talking about is actually computers in a data center, so the power, the storage, and the actual computers in a data center that they use as their infrastructure to build out the services that all of the agencies use. So the agencies that use these cloud services through ETS are the Second Executive's Office, the office that deals with our treasury, the department that deals with our revenue, the one that deals with our animals, the ones that deals with our transportation, the ones that deal with our health, the ones that deal with things that have to do with children and families, the ones that has to deal with our workforce, the ones that have to deal with our community colleges, and the ones that has to deal with our retirement services. The issue is if you do not give them the spending authority to get these cloud services, then they will have to move these agencies, all 10 of these agencies, off of the cloud services that they need to manage the services of all 10 of these agencies. What that would look like, I'm not quite sure, frankly. I think it would basically be a reduction in services across all 10 agencies on things that they need to get their cloud services. So committee number 2 approves their, for these 10 individual agencies, approves all of their expenditures for technology. And then when they want to actually use the technology from ETS won't actually have the services available for them to do that. So what will probably end up having to happen is that because they can't use ETS to acquire those services, each individual agency will now again have to be less efficient and purchase their own cloud services separately 10 different ways. That defeats the entire purpose of ETS at all. What I would ask you is just approve the ability to spend the funds that we've already approved agencies to pay for ETS to use so they can do the cloud services in the most efficient manner through this agency. And with that, I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time on the amendment? First time. Representative Washut, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suppose many of you are like me and not have a whole lot of technical expertise. And I suspect that the minority floor leader probably has more knowledge in this area than anyone else in the room. And so when he explained this to me, it made a little more sense than when I just read it as numbers on a page. And I didn't realize until we just heard that explanation how critical this is and how many different elements of our government are going to be affected by this decision to not fund this cloud services. So I thank the minority floor leader for bringing that to our attention, and I'm going to be an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Davis, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I have to agree with the previous speaker. I thought the clouds were the ones that we're going to seed, but I find out they're a lot different now. And, you know, technology is something that I really not techie on, but give me a shovel and I'll show you the way to go. So I'm going to go with the good representative and his explanation of what's going on here, since he does have expertise in this.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the first time on the amendment? Amendment number 65. Representative Nicholas, please, sir. Amendment number 65.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I would sure like to hear from our good folks in committee number 2 if what we just heard is accurate and if you had a specific intent in mind, or if it would be helpful.
Any other members for their first time? First time. Okay, second time. None, second time. To the bringer? We're good. Representative Yin?
Vote aye.
Vote aye. Thank you, Representative. Okay. Assistant Chief Clerk, this is on 65, amendment number 65 on House Bill number 1, third reading. Please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Lisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, repeat, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 27 aye, 33 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt amendment number 65 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, we're going back to number 63. Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw Amendment 63.
The amendment has been withdrawn barring objection from the body. Seeing none, amendment has been removed. Next one, 64. Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 64 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, what this does is add back in $3,374,403 from the general fund to maintain and expand the state's enterprise IT service management platform. It's used for software license tracking, hardware and asset management, IT incident and service request management, cybersecurity risk monitoring, and citizen-facing digital services delivery. Some fiscal impacts if this is not funded. Failure to fund this platform is likely to increase long-term IT state costs, not decrease them. And then without centralized enterprise visibility into IT assets and software licenses, agencies may unknowingly purchase duplicate software already owned elsewhere in state government. The state may continue paying for unused or underutilized licenses instead of reallocating them internally. And then lack of monitoring increases the risk of vendor audit penalties, retroactive license compliance payments, emergency renewals at higher negotiated rates.
Point of order.
Representative Bear, what's your point?
Mr. Speaker, I believe we have a rule that you can't read your statement.
My notes.
You could, I guess you would have to, I would have you cite that rule, Representative. I don't.
Megan.
Representative Bear.
Mr. Speaker, we enforced this rule yesterday.
Oh, reading from a phone. We did. We did, Representative Larson. So
Mr.
you can read
Speaker.
your own notes, I believe.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call a Rules Committee to look at this.
Yeah. Rules Committee, come on up to the front, ladies and gentlemen. Let's clear this up. Buddy, from the chair, I will be overruling the point of order, question of the rules. Representative Larson, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just really wanted to come up here and explain why this is important. And so I encourage you to vote aye on this amendment. This really makes sure that our IT systems are efficient and productive for the state of Wyoming, and I encourage you to vote aye.
Let's turn on the microphone. Any members for the first time? Question being called. Representative Larson, do you want to wave us off? Members, you're voting on amendment number 64 to House Bill 1. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lolly, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 34 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt amendment number 64 to House Bill 1. Representative Larson Lloyd,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege, if I may.
please, sir.
So folks, about an hour ago, the 3A state swim meet just completed here in the capital city, and pleased with all of the schools that were down here. I'm just really proud of the Lander Tigers. They took their 30th straight 3A swim championship. Way to go.
Congratulations, Lander Tigers. And I would have to assume, Representative Larson, that the Navy and the Marines also have a recruiting base there in Lander to take advantage of that kind of talent for our armed forces. So if they don't, they should. So, all right, next budget amendment for our consideration is number 66. Oh, no, we got number 2. That's going to throw everybody a curve. Representative Larson, JT, this is budget amendment number 2, third reading amendment. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I move third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, there was a mistake when we drafted this, and that's why it's such an early amendment, because it was a mistake in the bullpen, but we got it corrected, and that's why it's out of order. But members, this is an additional it's an additional $1 million for the Internal Service Fund to continue vendor supported statewide phone system maintenance, network wiring and cabling in state facilities, and on-site troubleshooting of communications and network outages. If we don't fund this, this contract shifts the state from preventative maintenance to emergency response, which typically is more expensive. With ongoing vendor support, network outages or communication failures would require internal response with limited staff capacity or emergency third-party service contracts at premium rates. Minor infrastructure issues may go unresolved, increasing the likelihood of equipment failure and full infrastructure replacement rather than repair. Operational impacts may include agency downtime due to network instability and phone system failures, resulting in delayed service delivery and administrative backlog. So with that, I would ask for your aye vote on this amendment so we can continue to be productive and efficient for the citizens of Wyoming.
Members, number two, any members want to speak on number two, first time? Representative Harshman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question on where the money is coming from again. I think you said it, but I just want to hear it. I think, was it the internal service is what I see on there? Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Anyone else for that first time? None? Okay, back to the bringer, Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that's correct. This money is internal money, and so encourage you to vote aye because it's internal.
Okay, members, you're voting on third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill number 1. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks excused. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Lisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Filer. Bornstrom. Geringer. Gugamas. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washit. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker. Allemand excused to. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 27 aye, 33 no, 2 excused.
To me, by your vote, you have decided not to accept third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for consideration, number 66. Representative Geringer, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how many of you went outside at lunch, but boy, it sure is beautiful out there. Nice sunny day. Felt good to get out and walk around. So with that, I'll move into this amendment. Want to point out to the body that we're talking about the Business Council. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I move amendment number 66 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration.
Away you go. Thank you, sir.
So there we go. The Wyoming Business Council. The agency, if you look in your budget, the agency asked for $94 million. The chief executive recommended $55 million. The base budget is $45 million, and what this does is gives them $9.8 million. The reason for that is so that we can give them 1 year of funding with no expansion. Takes out a couple of programs like the Business Ready Community Program. It satisfies our statutory obligations, and we can talk about next year, what the next step is. So it takes us through this year and we can figure out if if we need to keep this program, this agency or not, and what parts of it we need to keep. Because Bobby, I guess I'm going to point out here, and maybe we can get some clarification from committee number 2 as to what the plan is if we only fund at the committee's recommended amount. What happens to all the statutory obligations? We have nothing. We have a reduction in financing with no indication what is to happen if that is adopted. What do we do? With that, I'll stop for now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time? Representative Harshman, first
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Speaker. I really, I think this is really a good idea, and I appreciate the bringer bringing this. And if we're going to transition and to something else, we need to transition, not jump off the cliff. And so appreciate the bringer. This is common sense. Good plan. Please vote aye.
Representative Thayer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, on and for this amendment. Again, we have some challenges, we have some concerns, we have some issues. Let's get together as Wyomingites do, look at all the different divisions, all the services. It's not about grants and loans. It's not just about grants and loans with this Wyoming Business Council. There are some boots on the ground services that they offer every one of your communities. And so let's not, again, throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's take our time and let's do it right and make sure that everyone across the nation knows that we are still open for business. Thank you.
Representative Representative Stivar, then Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my good colleague said here, this is my 4th budget session. This is the first one that I haven't seen somebody from the committee number 2 up at the mic defending their, I'd like a little more explanation, especially on this one. What's the reasoning? Why are we doing it this way? So I'd like to hear more from the JAC on this.
Representative Davis for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the lack of redundancy, what's the exit strategy of shutting down an agency like this? That's what I'd like to hear too.
Any other members for their first time? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. This conversation is in the top 3 subjects that I've been hearing about from my constituents, and I owe a thank you to my constituents for educating me, inviting me to their communities, showing me what the Business Council has accomplished locally, and I'm on and for.
Representative Lean for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, I think that appropriating $2 million for them and giving them a skeleton crew and a chance to run through their audit procedures, come back to the legislature and give them the opportunity to review their statutes with any good committee that's able to get them in this interim is the way to go with this. On and opposed.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a gentle correction. The $2 million and those 2 employees go to the state budget department to finish out our contracts, our grants, and our loans. They are not to finish out or close out the work of the agency. If we don't pass this, you have 40 people who are just going to walk. Today, tomorrow, this week, done. There will be no one there to finish the work. There will be no one there to hand it off. There will be no opportunity to rebuild. Thank you, body.
Representative Larson, Lloyd, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I'd remind the committee that the direction the Business Council goes is completely directed by the policies that we've adopted statutorily. And so you need to allow them, we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater here, as I noted in the second reading. And I just would really caution us to not do something that we look back and per the last comment is, where then do we go to get these people after they've left? We completely eliminate them and then we start over and it takes us 5-6 years to get back on our feet. What opportunity have we had in this state to develop the economy in a positive manner? I think it's very problematic. So the bringer of this amendment has worked very hard. He's heard what this body has said, and he's looked at the budget, and I think he's come back with a very reasonable amendment that allows us to fill our statutory obligation, continue to recruit and try to develop on a limited basis for the next year some business activity, and then come back in the supplemental budget with perhaps some options that we can adopt for policy matter. So well done on the amendment, and I would encourage us to support it.
Representative Filer, first time.
Mr. Speaker, first for a second.
First for a second, Representative. Any other member? Representative Bear.
First for a second, please.
Thank you, Representative Bear. Representative Riggins, first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in favor of this amendment. Two towns I represent have a couple, 3 projects going on right now. And I can't imagine that reporting and assembling and collating all the documentation is going to be done till in 2027. So I don't see how we don't retain some of the people who have the knowledge to wrap those things up. I have a query at the head attorney here in the Capitol to find out where we're at on one particular project and trying to get details of that to make sure, see what's going to happen with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Tarver, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I would just caution you to vote for this, or I would caution you to, let me restart. Restaffing is very difficult. And I would highly recommend you pass this if you want to keep the business council. If you don't want to, then absolutely vote it down. But if you think there's a way to keep this going and to restructure it and to make it a good system for Wyoming, you got to keep your staff.
Any other representatives for the first time? Representative Connolly, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. I am in favor of this motion. The Business Council has helped the district that I work in, but it has also helped the district north of me. And I just don't want to see this amendment not passed because I think it's still a viable entity. And if we need to do some adjusting on it, that's great. I'm all for that as well, but please support this amendment.
Other members for their first time? Seeing none, going to second time. Representative Thayer, your second time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to do a little back walk. When this organization was started, it had a grant program to help our communities, to get our communities ready for business. And they were ticking along. And then from the direction of this body and the body down the hall, the legislative direction asked them about 2020. Jobs, 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 jobs. So they stepped up to our direction and changed focus. And now we're penalizing them for doing what this body and the body down the hall asked them to do. But before, they were trucking along, getting our communities ready for businesses. So I ask that we approve this amendment. This body and the body down the road, they're the ones that said change. So they changed. Again, we've talked about this a lot. in the last few days about what our actions do. The other thing I want to say is there are tons of success stories out of this organization. We have a purse company out of the good District 47. We have a spirits company out of another county in the middle of our state. I could keep going about success stories that this agency, our state agency, our employees have done and proved ROI to this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Other members for their second time? Representative Davis, your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I don't see how the state of Wyoming benefits by taking out a economic driving agency. And we still have not heard what's the action plan here. You know, you just don't draw a line through something and say it's gone. There should be an exit strategy, something here.
Any other representative for their second time? Representative Harshman, your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think of these you look at this budget, and the actions where we're at on third reading and both ends of the legislature. There's some big issues, you know, and I think, this budget of cuts really were in three places, you know, salaries, our university and this agency. And so we're going to have to fix it. And if we're going to have the art of the deal that was referenced at some point, because we're in a different spot. And then, so that's part of that. And then I think the other part, Mr. Speaker, is there are a lot of good success stories. And yeah, we've changed directions with them. And if we want to change direction again, let's take a interim and study it. But to do this thing, I don't know. It's just not the Wyoming way. And so I think that's why we're seeing all these budget amendments and people talking, because we're hearing from our people. One of the biggest projects in East Casper on the way out of town past the E word that's next to Casper, I guess Evansville, but you keep going towards the Rock and the Glen. It is a huge complex, incredible jobs. They've been there. They were getting lured out of state, and our business council came in and helped them. Infrastructure is massive, and the return on investment is going to be huge. And so we just got to keep doing this. And, you know, I brought those two amendments today that got voted down for us to send a signal of economic development with our state lands, just to send a signal. You know, the tone at the top is so important, because I thought maybe we're going to get rid of this agency. Then who's going to send the tone that we're open for business and the signal? And so anyway, I really appreciate your aye vote on this, and let's do this the right way. Thank you for bringing this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representatives, anybody for their second time? Any members for this? Connolly, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing I forgot to mention is that in our small community, these folks have the expertise. They come in, they sit down with your chambers, they sit down with your city councils and your county commissioners, and they help them develop strategies for how they can build economically and what it would take for them to develop a business or what. It's just really good information provided that our local in my community don't have the expertise to do, and would cost them quite a bit of money to reach out and pay somebody to come in and work with them on these kind of strategies. So I'm grateful to the council for the employees they have to do that.
Any other representatives? Representative Stibar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I am asking committee number 2 to get up and explain their thoughts on this. I know I have my own thoughts on the business council. You know, there's been a few failures that I know of, but what is your guys' thoughts and how did this come about? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any members Second time? Going once, going Representative Filer. Representative Filer, do you want to get and go? I think well, it makes sense. There's a lot of questions, so to me, but whatever. You guys go ahead. Representative Filer.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On in favor of this, I think even in business, which I've had a few in my times, you know, there's certain departments, right, within a business, especially something like this large, that sometimes you gotta, maybe the road, the path that you wanted them on was what you wanted them on a long time ago. But sometimes we need to steer it and go back a little bit, right? Or maybe it's a different direction that the state's going. So if that's what it is, like, hey, we got a different direction. We want to move the state here, you know, economics have changed, whatever that might be. Well, I never just went and scrapped it. What we did is we came to the boardroom, we had a conversation. Where do we want to go? Where do we want to be? And we restructured it. And I think that's what we're trying to do here. I think the good bringer bringing this amendment is he's just trying to find a way of restructuring this to make it work for Wyoming, see what our needs are, take that time, study it, have those people with that expertise that know how to do these things that's within that agency be able to tell us and work with them to make sure we do something right. I think that's all this does. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any other representatives? I have Williams, Lean, Sherwood, Larson Lloyd, Riggins, Tarver, and Bear. Seeing none, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So for the good representative from this city who asked about JAC getting up and speaking on this, I just want to point this out to the body. I just did some history research on budgets, and as of today, we have gone longer than any other budget debate. So you could say that this budget has been vetted more than any other. And for those that are wanting to debate on this particular amendment and this agency, we spent 45 minutes or so talking about it in committee of the whole, and then on second reading, double that. So this particular issue has been debated, and I'll just warn you all, we're pushing ourselves into a constitutional crisis if we filibuster our way out of getting a budget passed. So we know from the bringer of the amendment, the different positions. We know that the body down the hall, as was brought by the prior appropriator that was a speaker, that they're at 54 million. We're at 2 today. If you want to go to negotiate between 2 and 54, you vote this down. If you want to go between 9.8 and 54, you vote for it. It's simple as that. Vote no.
Representative Garrett, you'd like to?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Buddy, I guess I would ask the question, is it our constitutional duty to debate the budget? I would say it is. I wouldn't say this is a filibuster. I would say this is trying to flesh out some issues, points that I brought up this time that weren't addressed before because of actions that have already happened. I'll take you back to there is no plan. There is no plan. The bill that accompanied the discussion in the Joint Appropriations Committee, Committee number 2, was to repeal. And that's what this budget was based on. That bill was 50 some odd pages because there's so much to unwind. This number right here in this budget is the unwinding number. With absolutely no direction at this point, what happens? And we can talk about what the discussion that happens between the bodies with the budget reconciliation. And I will tell you that there is no surety. It could be that we're stuck with $2 million with no plan. Speaking to what the big representative from North Country was talking about. If there is any chance that you think that economic development should occur in this state, you need to vote for this. You need to vote aye on this. We've talked a lot about it's a policy decision. I'm going to go back to this again. I can't hammer this home enough. Everything is a policy decision. We've heard so many times from committee number 2, it's a policy decision. What's the policy here? What does this policy say? Take money away and we're not going to tell you what to do. We give you no direction. We don't know how we're going to unwind this whole thing, but it's just going back to $2 million. That's great policy. Boy. And I'm being facetious with that remark. Body, please consider, this is not a big ask. This is just simple good policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you're voting on amendment number 66 of House Bill number 1, third reading. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Larson JT, Lawley, Lane, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Worf, excused to no. Further changes. Larson JT, excused to aye. Further changes. Connolly, aye. Oh. Aye. Winter, aye. To no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 31 aye, 29 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted the amendment number 66 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Next amendment for our consideration, number 67.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, sir.
under Rule 8-5, I'd like to protest an action against the House and have it duly entered into the journal.
Could you please restate that, Representative?
Mr. Speaker, according to Rule 8-5, I'd like to enter a protest against the action of the House and have it duly entered into the journal.
Do you have the action?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been tallying since lunch the amount of amendments that have come through this body to have open and honest debate. There's been 6 amendments since lunch in which no debate has occurred. Our responsibility as a legislative body is to debate, not to rush, not to silence discussion, and certainly not to label disagreement as obstruction. Calling an honest debate a filibuster undermines the very purpose of our representation. When you represent 62 different communities, Mr. Speaker, 62 different perspectives and 62 different priorities come across from this state. Thoughtful discussion isn't delay tactic, it is our job. The budget before us was deeply flawed from the start. It deserved scrutiny, amendments, and open conversation so that the people we serve have confidence in the outcome. Debate is not dysfunction. It is accountability. Wyoming citizens expect us to work hard and ask hard questions, challenging all assumptions and improving the legislation as it comes before this body. If we abandon our debate, we abandon our representation and our duly elected voices. And in a way, I'm not even going to go there. Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it at that.
We entered into the record, duly noted. Body, if you, Representative Lloyd Larson, before I would say anything, please, sir.
No, I'm just up on the next amendment. Mr.
Oh, you're up on the next amendment. Okay, thank you. Just as the speaker overseeing this, we all have a right to our opinions. I believe what we've seen or not seen is everybody else's opportunity to be able to decide that for themselves. If we're going to give opinions, as the speaker that has sat here for most of this and watched, I've never seen so much debate. I've never seen so much opportunity to allow people to have as much time as they need and made decisions to protect those opportunities to make time for they need so that we have a good, well-debated, thoughtful, thought-out, discussed, openly opportune time to have as much debate as possible. We've stayed late, we've started early this morning, and we'll go wherever we needed to go to make sure that we get through this process and do it in a thoughtful fashion. I have no question about the deliberative ability of this body and its willingness to be able to hear people and allow them to voice their opinions and cast their votes. So with that said, Representative Larson, you are Representative 67.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to withdraw third reading amendment 67 to House Bill 1.
Without objection from the body, amendment number 67 has been withdrawn. Next amendment for consideration, number 68. Well, it was withdrawn? Okay. It was still had here. Okay, next amendment is number 71.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw amendment number 71.
Without objection from the body, amendment number 71 has been withdrawn. Next amendment for our discussion is number 72. Representative Yin and Singh. Representative Yin, please, sir.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I bring before you third reading amendment number 72 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, I actually didn't like the governor's rec on this. And if we had adopted my second reading amendment, I probably would have brought this one anyways to third reading because I think the governor's rec was a little too much. Again, so stable token, what is stable token? We're talking about something that we have just implemented by the Stable Token Commission that will be a new revenue source for the state of Wyoming. And what the commission has asked for is money to essentially market. What I didn't want to give them was money that was off the hook, essentially. And I thought the ask was probably a little too much. And so I bring before you the ask of $2.5 million, but it's also within within the same aspect that we've given them the money in the last budget request, which was that's going to be in that's in the Senate file that has the amendments that talk about how to pay back the last budget request general fund money, which is that it's essentially a loan. So what we are giving them is a loan of $2.5 million so they can market, which will then be repaid by the revenues from the Stable Token Commission. Again, this is very different than the governor's request. The governor's request was essentially just give them general fund money. I think it was like $8.5 million. I need to go check. This is much more cut back, but still, I think, necessary to allow the Stable Token Commission to make sure that there's actually uptake of the stable token. With that, I ask for your favorable consideration, Mr.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Representative. Representative Singh for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I signed on to this amendment. I would ask for your support for it. This is this is a new avenue, and I know that there's a lot of questions about what is the role of government and how all this works, but really, when I think about it, the question is the role of government exclusively theft? And if you think that it's not, then this is one of the only services that the state itself is able to provide that on a voluntary basis is able to generate an income. And so we're just getting the plane took off on January 7th for this program. And again, it's entirely voluntary. And so this is about giving it the resources it needs to be able to thrive. And then if we do decide to do that in this amendment, then those funds will ultimately be repaid. And with the stable token itself, those funds go to our school foundation account.
Thank you, Representative. Any other member? Representative Wiley for your first time, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I just would like to remind the body that this token has the potential to be the largest generator of revenue that the state of Wyoming has by far. And let's not take this racehorse and sell it short right out of the gate. Let's make sure that we get it propped up and we get it brushed down and we feed it correctly and then let it take off for us so it can start providing. Please vote aye.
Any other representative? Thank you, Representative. Any other representative for first time on the amendment? No first time, second time. Good. All right. Representative Singh, please. Or excuse me, Representative Yin, please.
Mr. Chairman, I might have made a mistake in the drafting, so I'm actually going to cut out the section 319 portion. And with that, I'm going to divide the amendment, and it'll be a voice vote. So at least we'll have that much. I'm going to divide the amendment where section 1 is lines 13 to the end of the division, and division 2 is the beginning part of the division. And then I'll talk about it.
Section 1 being 13 through 28.
Correct.
Okay. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, so on Division 1, which is the deletion of the Section 319, the Section 319 actually allowed them to have spending authority, I believe, on their existing budget allocation from the last budget. That's something that JAC had allowed them to do. And that way we don't get rid of that spending authority from that Section 319. We'll see another amendment that talks about it being enacted or not enacted based on the Senate file. But I think we actually need to keep that language in. So I'll ask you to vote no on division number 1.
Any discussion? Division 1. Question being called on Division 1. All those in favor of Division 1 signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Division 1 has not been adopted. Back on Division number 2. Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Again, we just debated essentially what was division number 1. Division number 2. So I'd ask you to vote aye on division number 2. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, members, we are voting on division number 2 of amendment number 72. First, House Bill number 1, third reading. Chief Clerk will call the roll. She gets her things organized here.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Just so we can have a clarification.
Please.
Good Minority Floor Leader, could you just give a real quick, a yes vote and a no vote what this means? Because I've got some people that are questioning.
Representative Yin, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So we are in division number 2, which is the essentially loan to the Stable Token Commission to allow them to use that money for marketing. This is in addition to money similar, which is similarly loaned from the previous budget. It's a loan of $2.5 million so they can market the stable token so people can actually use the stable token. And so we can start really generating returns on it. So an aye vote is to approve this loan, a no vote is to disapprove this loan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Yen. Appreciate the clarification. Chief Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez-Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Riggins, aye. To no further changes. Angelos, aye. To no further changes. Brown, Landon, no. To aye. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 28 aye, 31 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second section of amendment number 72 of House Bill number 1, third reading. Next bill for our consideration, number 74, or amendment, excuse me, for our consideration, amendment number 74 to House Bill number 1. Representative Clouston. Oh, sorry. I got to turn this over. Excuse me, Ms. Provenza. 73, body. Representative Provenza, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw amendment number 73.
Without objection from the body, the amendment has been withdrawn. Now, 74, amendment, Representative Clouston, if you would please, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw amendment number 74 from House Bill number 1.
Without objection from the body, amendment has been withdrawn. Next amendment, number 75, Representative Larson Lloyd, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move third reading amendment 75 to House Bill 1. Folks, the Environmental Quality Council, pursuant to our statutes 35-11-112, may request the Office of Administrative Hearings to provide a hearing officer for any rulemaking or contested case hearing that they have appear before them. I would remind you that the council is a citizen board made up of lay members of the public, most of whom do not have specific legal or administrative hearing background. Business, industries, and citizens coming before the EQC should have confidence, particularly in complex cases, that procedural issues are administered appropriately. The council estimates approximately 2 hearings a year that are at the level of complexity that warrants this, and have requested $5,000 per hearing, so that's 2 per year, for a total of $20,000. And as they adopted this, we give them the permission or the authority to start doing that in 2024. Had not been included in their budget prior to this because it hadn't been allowed, and so they put it in this year's budget as an exception request to then be carried forward. If we're really trying to make sure that when our citizens and our industry come before these very important hearings, we need to make sure that they're run appropriately, and having this, being able to do this will ensure that we protect the concerns of our citizens, and would encourage you to vote for it.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time? See no members. Representative Larson? Good, waving us off. Members, you're voting on amendment number 75 to House Bill number 1. The good Assistant Chief Clerk, if she would please call the roll.
Alamand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh,
Excused.
Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit,
Washit.
Washit, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Mr. Speaker.
No.
Singh, excuse to. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 34 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt third reading amendment number 75 to House Bill 1. Next amendment, number 76. Representative Davis, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move third reading amendment 76 to House Bill number 1 and ask for a favorable consideration here. Once again, this comes from the environmental quality. And what we have is an issue where we have a fixed camera. And as you notice in here, we have an owl in this so that the camera follows the voice, okay? And, you know, with the environmental quality issues and the rulings, the meetings and everything, it's very important to have a good, accurate record of what has occurred in the room, who said what and when. And so it's, with that, I would say just in view of clarity to the public, I think we need to have, it's a $9,228 ask. And so I don't think that's a little beyond what we can do here, but I would look for an eye and answer any questions if you got any.
Any other, thank you, Representative. Any members on their first time? No members, second time, back to the bringer. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And even in our little community at a remote rural conservation district, we have an owl. So I think we could put it up here at a little bit higher level. Thank you.
Members, you're voting on third reading amendment number 76. House Bill number 1. Assistant Chief Clerk, please take the roll before we have people start to fly.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Lisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Houston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 24 aye, 36 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt amendment number 36 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment number 77, Representative Larson. Lloyd.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was taking a quick nap.
You're fine.
I would respectfully like to withdraw third reading amendment 77 to House Bill 1.
Without objection from the body, amendment number 77 has been withdrawn. Next amendment for consideration, number 78. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move third reading, number 78 to House Bill 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is our barbers who service across the state, and they are certified professionals and have a barber board that they pay dues to maintain that certification. And these volunteer board members then travel around and inspect, and then they also meet and have board meetings like the rest of our citizen boards across our state. The initial request was $6,000 of their own dues money so they can do their job. For some reason that was denied, so I just came back and shaved it a little bit down to $4,000. And so that's the request I bring you today, so the board can travel around, make sure where you're getting your hair cut is nice and clean and professional and neat and meeting the standards so they can maintain their certification. So we want to be able to service our barbers who service us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Members, for your first time on the amendment number 78. Seeing none. Okay. Representative, we're good. You're waving us off. Members, you're voting on amendment number 78 of House Bill number 1. Third reading. Chief Clerk, please.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused. Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Brown, Gary, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Angelos, no to aye. Andrew, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 51 aye, 8 no, 1 conflict, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen to adopt third reading amendment number 78 to House Bill number 1. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next for our consideration, number 79, Representatives Bear and Lean. Representative Bear, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill number 1, third reading, amendment number 79, ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, we failed to pass House Bill 33, which is the SIPA repeal, which passed both bodies last year and was vetoed by the chief executive. And when he did that, this was a very unique veto. It changed our spending policy in these accounts from 2.5%. Remember those discussions about the effective 4% we had earlier? Everybody remembers 4. In this particular case, it was 2.5. And by the veto that the chief executive did, it changed that spending policy to 5.0. And personally, I feel like that's unsustainable. But there is another bill coming from the other side that hopefully will affect that repeal. But should it not repeal, what this amendment does is takes the funds out of SIPA for the next 2 years so that those cannot be profiled by the chief executive, and we will put those funds in the LSRA. And that's what the amendment does. I hope you'll find your way to vote aye.
Representative Lean, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know about many of you, but being my first term and trying to really follow along through the goldenrod, understand the budget so I could come and make an adequate decision for billions of dollars for the people in the state of Wyoming, I didn't quite understand what was happening on the Craig report. So I took an opportunity to really study it. And what I found was there's multiple accounts, and that when we get to the SIPA account, from the research that I could find in the last 5 years, its intent was to back up and guarantee for the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund Reserve account, not our very grand account, but the reserve account that goes for that. And it's never done that. All it's ever done is put money into the SIPA, which is then taken out and put onto other projects. And so for clarity and transparency, we ask that that happen. This also takes away the funding as stated by the good previous representative from Coal Country. But for your knowledge, I want you to know that there's 12 accounts that also receive all of that funding while we're not in session that's also not profiled on the Craig report. And while we're making biennium decisions, the Craig report gives you an annual cash flow. So this is just going to help us create some clarity for what's going on in our checking accounts and drive everything into one big account, which will generate the same or more interest having a bigger corpus in one place. On and in favor.
Any other members for their first time on the amendment? Representative Harshman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start with a good bringer of the amendment. I want to correct something. We've had a 5% spending policy since 2003. Before that, you go back into the 90s, that thing, it was as high. Remember we had high interest rates? Remember those days when Mortgage rates were really high. And so we had a spending policy of 11%, and then we ratcheted it down 10 because we were just getting out on fixed securities and we couldn't invest in equities back in those days. And then moved it to 8. And then like in 2003 or 4, we moved it to 5. And the spending policy's been there now at 5 for over 20 years. So I think the good chairman of appropriations talking about that bill moved it from 2.5 to 5. That is not accurate. So now I want to talk about what the reserve account does, and that guarantees the spending policy. So if you have a 5% spending policy and you make 10% in a year, you can only spend 5. It's the Harvard Trust model, and I think I can use my hands as a prop. Here's the big account. Big. It's got, when started with 2 billion, then we went 4 by 10, then we went 8 by 8. I just ordered some new buttons, 16 by 30. It's going to happen, folks, unless we screw it up. Okay. Big account produces revenue. In the years we have over 5%, it goes to the reserve account. And perhaps you were here in the last couple of years, we just made those reserve accounts bigger. Because the problem with a smaller reserve account is you had to invest it in cash because you had to be able to move it quickly. So we got a very little return on it. So we wanted to kind of make these bigger after studying this for years and years. We couldn't go to an endowment model. We stayed with the Harvard Trust, but we made what's called a 7X reserve account. So that thing is big. It's like $1 billion now, but we can invest it for highest rate of return. We don't have to have it all in cash. It doesn't have to be so fluid. So we can make more money off our money, right? These are things that the Cap-Fin committees of the last, decade have worked on. Okay. Back to the 5% spending policy. So that thing is like a circle in your book. You'll see it, it's a square, but I always like to do it like a circle. So out of that 5%, we said 2.5 of that goes to the general fund. Half of the spending policy goes to the general fund. And we guaranteed that with the reserve account. So if we had a year of 0 returns or -5 returns, we would pull money backwards from the reserve account into the general fund so we could budget for these expenses of government. Man, if I knew this was going to all be said like this, I would have brought you some beautiful pictures. Pictures worth 1,000 words. Okay, so 2.5%. We guarantee that in the general fund. But then there were negotiations back between our two bodies about, we're always going to have to build stuff. We're always building roads, buildings, schools. Maybe we can put this in another little part of that spending policy of that 5% called the SIPA, the Strategic Investment Projects Account. And then the other part, we want to do a 25% of the spending policy to the LSRA. So we want to keep refueling the LSRA with our investment income. So think of that big circle, 5%, half of it, 2.5 goes to the general fund. 1.25 goes to the SIPA, and the other 1.25 goes to the LSRA. You with me on this? 1/2 and 2/4. So last year, we brought this bill to remove the SIPA and cut it back. Governor line item vetoed it. Now we've got the full 5% guaranteed by the reserve account, where we only used to have 3.75, the 1/2 and 1/4 of the SIPA, 3.75. He vetoed that, so now the full 5% is guaranteed going to the SIPA. And we have a $1 billion reserve account, 7X, that'll fill that thing and flow it. We know that. Okay. So what the attempt of this bill is to do is to take that guarantee of 5%, which this is over $500 million, because the 5-year rolling average is about $10 billion, even though the trust fund's worth $12 billion. So we're sitting at about $500 million coming to the state from our investment in the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. What this amendment wants to do in that bill that we killed on this floor wants to do is cut this 5% down to 2.5% guarantee. So you can just figure 500 million, cut that in half, that's 250 million. That's cutting 250 million off your goldenrod. Why? Now, part of that SIPA, you guys weren't here then, but we used to have a thing called coal lease bonus. It's a beautiful thing. Man, we get leases on our coal lands. We get these huge amounts of money. It's what built all the schools in your town. Coal lease bonuses. We have the lowest number of mills on state average in the last 50 years because we're no longer bonding to build schools. And so we use coal lease bonus. And then here we go, 2015, that thing drops off the cliff. There's no more coal lease bonus. How are you going to build schools? Well, we said, let's take about 45% of the SIPA and direct that to school CapCon. We did. The Senate said, oh, it's another flow, blah, blah, blah. Let's just put it in the school foundation program. It's all one big bucket. Whatever. So that's what we're doing. So if you vote for this, you're going to cut 250 million off of that goldenrod, and 45% of that is schools. And that's going to grow. It's about 240 this year. It'll be 260 some next year. It'll be 280 the year after. It'll be 300 that you're going to have to cut services or raise taxes. Why? I don't know. And so, and then I'll just talk, the second speaker said about the SIPA, and it was set up to backfill a reserve account. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Okay, think about, you got the big box, the Permanent Mill Trust Fund, 12 billion. It flows down with investment returns. General fund, SIPA, LSRA right here. It wasn't meant to back up the reserve account. What fills the reserve account now is when we have over 5%. When we have a year of 12%, then 5% is funded. That's 7% money flows to the reserve account. That's what backs up the reserve account, is anything over the spending policy of 5%. I don't know. There's a lot, it's really quite simple when you look at the pictures. It's not 12 accounts that are mysteriously filled when we're not here. That's baloney. Just get into your data book and look that thing up. You can just look at the page. I'll help you. We'll draw pictures. But why would you cut our investment revenue when it was the largest portion of the revenue in our state last year, bigger than minerals? And ask yourself, if you had an investment professional working for you, only getting you a 2.5% return, I think I'd find somebody else. Okay, so we know that SIPA bill is not going to make it, because the folks who killed that SIPA bill the first time around here, I think if I don't know what will happen, but if it makes it downstairs, I would bet no chief executive is going to vote to cut $250 million a year off the goldenrod, a $500 million in a biennial budget. I don't think there's one ever served in our state would do that. And so then when that thing gets rejected, it's a V word, I won't say it, but it comes up here, and it's going to take 2/3 to override in both houses. I don't think that's on our online betting platform, but I would bet that doesn't happen. This thing is a bad idea. There's been all those people up on the wall from the 70s, 80s, and 90s who lived through the tough times when most of you guys were still in diapers, not born, or certainly weren't in the state. Kept building and building. And then when the Jonah boom hit, we had money, we saved extra. We went 4x10, 8x18. And if we don't screw it up, 16x30. So we can keep our taxes low, keep reducing taxes, and providing services for the smallest populated state in the union that suffers from a huge, huge lack of efficiency because we are so big. Small town with gigantic streets. There's suburbs 90 miles away bigger than us. More schools, more residents. It costs a lot of money to keep the water going in Midwest Wyoming per capita. So, I don't know what this plan is, but it's a bad plan. And please vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Larson Lloyd, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Uh, You know, as I listen to this conversation and as I read the bill, it reminds me of when I was teaching some of my kids how to drive on slick roads. And, you know, if you navigate this, you can get where, I just remember one experience. You can get to where we need to go, but you got to be careful. You're going to put us in the weeds. And he got a little heavy on the gas and put us in the weeds. And that this bill is going to put us in the weeds. And what we've tried to do is just like you do in your businesses and at home, as you're trying to say, here's our disposable income that we're going to run our day-to-day operations of the house or the business. And we anticipate these other expenses over here, maybe to buy equipment, maybe to buy fuel, maybe to buy maybe a vacation to Disneyland where you're throwing your change in the pickle jar. But you kind of have a plan to save up for those things that are kind of one-time dollars. And so the good speaker before me talked about when the co-lease bonuses kind of run out. And we said, how do we then take care of these one-time expenses that we have continually? New schools, building new facilities, upgrading new facilities, major maintenance facilities. The SIPA was created. And to take some of that investment income and set it aside where we don't have to, we wrestle over it, but it's not intermingled with what we do with the operations of state government. And so then we sit here and debate whether we're going to build a new domiciliary in Buffalo or what percentage of the community colleges we're going to be. We have those discussions, but it's with this money that we know that is there. We're taking that off the table. Now, the argument could be, well, no, we're just putting it another place and it's still available and we can still appropriate it. Look at us. This is the conversation we'll get into. Now, on the bottom end, so we take these investment earnings and we put them, we put some in the LSRA, we put some in the school foundation. The bottom one's particularly interesting because we put it in the PMTF reserve account. Now, remember, when we get that PMTF reserve account up to 7X, it tips to the corpus and it can never be used again. It builds up the corpus, but it's out of there. We don't do realized gains until the end of the fiscal year. But we know through our investments, we sold one of our long-term investments that done incredibly well. Our PMTF permanent or reserve account will be filled in July. Unless there's something catastrophic that happens that we have a bunch of losses. So this $105 million we're putting there just going to automatically tip and go to the corpus. That's $105 million that we use to address major maintenance and building concerns around the state. You feel your hind end pucker up as we're sliding towards the ditch here a little bit on this. I just think we need to really be careful. And I would encourage you not to support this amendment. This has worked extremely well for us to have those funds come through and understanding on a percentage what those are on a biennial basis. And look what we've done with them. Wonderful, really wonderful. I'd encourage a no vote on this.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time? Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So very simply, it restricts the revenues that we do have access to. and frankly, will reduce the revenues that we will have in the future. So bad. I mean, it's not a great policy. But more broadly, there's been some accusations that some of the amendments are filibustering, but then I'm not sure what the point of this amendment is. We know SIPA repeal is not going to happen. We know SIPA repeal is going to not be overturned on the floor if there is an attempt at an override of the V word. And we know that if this language makes it through conference committee, it's also going to get marked up. So what's the point of the amendment? I don't know what the point of the amendment is. So I am interested in hearing from those that are sponsors of the amendment why they think this is going to make it all the way through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Nicholas, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, on and against the amendment. So first of all, how many of you understand it when you look at it? My guess is not too many of you. So if you don't understand an amendment, why would you vote for it? Next, we actually should be going the other direction. Our good chairman of appropriations has talked about a budget shortfall that we're going to have on the school side in 5 to 6 years. So what we probably ought to be doing is increasing the amount that goes in the SIPA on the school side and start saving up for that rainy day. That makes more sense to me than this. Because this takes money out of our pocket for school construction and out of our pocket for taking care of those one-time expenses that we always have to do. It's just part of standard operations of the government. It's no different than putting new asphalt on a road. And this fund allows us to do that. And this amendment is taking that ability away from us and making it harder to do.
Excuse me, Representative Thayer, for your first time, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the last speaker talked about, if you don't understand it, you should vote no. I'm trying for the last 18 months understand it. But please help me understand how I go back to my constituents after hearing for a week and a half, 2 weeks, that we're preparing that we are going to go off a cliff in the next few years with our funding. So how do I go back to my constituents and say that with this amendment, we are going to lose $250 million a year? How do I explain that and then say we're going off a cliff, and by the way, we're going to lose $250 million a year? I can't answer that. So I would on and against this amendment.
Representative Provenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the amendment, it's hard to justify cuts to our communities when we've got record income coming from investments and we're not in a bust, right? That's a dilemma for folks who want to slash government based on ideologies. So all this amendment does is helps justify cutting funding to our communities because we will finally be able to say, sorry, we're broke.
Other members for first time? Seeing none, second time? Seeing none? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If your eyes haven't glazed over, I have a job for you. You can come and join me working on this stuff. If they have glazed over, this is the problem, folks. It's too confusing the way we're doing our state finances. Every one of your constituents should be able to look at our state finances without having to go to a data book and try to figure out this tips into that, that tips into this. What we did this year to fund K through 12 building projects and state building projects, you all voted for. It's already over in the other chamber. We took it out of the general fund and we paid for it. We debated it. Everybody had a chance to look at it. Very clear, very simple. And what do we do with the money that we're not using? We put it in this amendment. We put it in the LSRA. That's our savings account, folks. We don't put it in some other thing. When we have a a cliff, a financial problem in SFP, our savings account's going to save us. So this just simplifies everything. We don't need to have all these extra accounts out there that none of you know about. Let's simplify things. Let's keep our long-term investments in our reserve accounts. And let's vote aye on this amendment. Simplify.
I asked for seconds. He was it. So he's the bringer.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I think you were out of the chamber.
Mr. Speaker, I would tell the members I have a nice picture distributed that will be
Okay.
good information for them.
All right. Members,
Did Representative speak a second time?
she didn't. She bear
Oh,
brought
that's
it.
what I was waiting
And
to
she
go
would-
after
yeah,
her.
No. Okay. Members, you're voting on amendment number 79 of House Bill number 1, third reading amendment. This is not let's see, this is not a vote. This is simply a policy change. So this is a voice vote. Is that correct, Chief Clerk? Yep. Yep, no call. Okay. Members calling for 12-4. We need 2 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yep, you betcha. All right, members. We'll let the chief clerk get things organized here, and then we will do a roll call.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Klauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner. Repeat. Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Riggins, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 32 aye, 28 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted third reading amendment number 79 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment, Representative Lean, House Bill number 1, third reading number 80 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we graciously funded YDOT earlier yesterday, I respectfully withdraw this amendment.
Without objection from the body, the amendment has been withdrawn. Next amendment for our consideration, number 81.
Mr. Speaker, without objection, I respectfully withdraw House Bill 1, third reading amendment number 81.
Without objection, amendment has been withdrawn. Okay, next amendment for consideration, number 82, Representative Heft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now for something completely different. I move for your consideration amendment number 82 to
House Bill.
budget House
80
Bill
Number 1.
So one of the things I noticed on a lot of our school construction projects is that they get held up for a variety of reasons through no fault of their own many times. And by the time they get to put the shovels in the ground and get going, we're already behind. Inflation has eaten up some of those dollars. So my proposal would be is that we initially fund the portion to get the projects going, all their planning, all their preliminary staging. In this case, take $10 million from the district where the water is sweet and put it into the LSRA so it can build up some interest. And then when they're ready to put the shovels in the ground, the state construction department could withdraw those funds and apply it to the project. And that way we could get ahead of a little bit of inflation. And that's my amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Larson, JT, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was happy to work with the bringer of this amendment on this, and I kind of agree with the logic there. And so the way it's written, I support it and look for an aye vote.
Representative Jarvis, or excuse me, Representative Angelos, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be on and against this, and I do, I give good credit to, the intent of this is very good, but I am the vice chair on the committee that oversees this, and these projects go through very vetted process. They build in 6% inflation rate, and if there is additional funds that are needed, they will come back and ask and build that in. But this agency also has, $50 million in reversions every year when they get through with a project, because all the other projects that they have also have that inflationary guard. So this would be unprecedented to move it from the account that it's in and then move it into the LSRA, and I would advise against it. This agency has a really good process, and I appreciate the intent, but the process works and it works well. And if they are needed, we had to do this with one of the facilities in my county that came in over budget because of inflation. They will adjust it. But to do this now would be really unprecedented. So I would just leave it like it is, on and against.
Any other member for your first time? Members for your first time? No other members? Second time? Representative Larson? JT, you're good? Okay. Back to the bringer. Representative Heft.
Just a real simple thought, give it some consideration. Thought this would be a way to hedge against the inflationary problems we run into.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you're voting on third reading amendment number 82 to House Bill number 1. Assistant Chief Clerk, if you'd please call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks excused. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Filer. Bornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker. Alamand, excuse to I. Bratton, no to I. Knapp, no to I. Locke, excuse to I. Johnson, no to I. Wasserberger, no to I. Carver, I to no. Provenza, I to no. Further changes. Harshman, excuse to no. Riggins, I to no. Larson Lloyd, I to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote.
You're on a roll, people.
Vote closed. 28 aye, 32 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to. This never ceases to amaze me. By your your vote, you have chosen not to adopt the amendment, whatever one that was. I'm just trying to follow. 82. And so, anyway, next one we've got up for ladies and gentlemen. If I don't miss here, 83. Representative Storr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 83 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Outdoor recreation in Wyoming today represents over 4% of our state GDP, almost double the national average, 5th in the country. 5.3% of all jobs in the state, almost 16,000 jobs. Everything from ski technicians to hunting guides to lodge managers to bike shop owners, trail designers, landscape architects, outdoor educators, wildlife tour guides, outdoor gear product managers, the list just keeps going on. 244 million in direct tax revenue. So imagine what it could be if we gave it a little bit of additional support. As some of you may recall, in 2023, we created the Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Account. With legislative approval, every biennium, we take $6 million from the Wyoming Tourism Reserve and Projects Account, which comes from lodging tax, to build up that fund. Currently, it has $13 million, but it's a permanent fund. So we only get to spend what it throws off, which is, less than $1 million a year at the moment. But over the last few years, through a couple of different programs, the state has received more than $120 million in project requests, both motorized and non-motorized trail systems for ATV, off-road motorcycles, equestrians, hikers and mountain bikers, shooting and archery range improvements and developments, snow sports, skiing, snowboarding, snowmobiling, fish cleaning stations, docks, wildlife photography and nature walks and bird watching, picnic, parking, visitor centers, and observation decks. Projects to create new, expand, or enhance campgrounds. Almost half of our state lacks a state campground. How is that possible? So this amendment does similar to what we've done with the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust over the years, when we had a budget surplus, like we have today. So this amendment takes $20 million in funds out of the LISRA and invests them in the Permanent Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust account. Sorry. That way, that will build up more quickly and provide funding now and in the future to help support outdoor recreation development throughout the state. It's a great way to invest in making our communities places that people can and want to live. The second thing this amendment does is deposit 10 million out of the LISRA into the income fund for outdoor recreation, so we can spend an additional $5 million over each of the next 2 years to jumpstart some of these projects that are shovel ready. Oversight of those dollars are spent, oversight of how those dollars are spent comes from a 9-member board that we created in 2024 with projects over $200,000 requiring additional legislative approval. That's what the amendment does. I stand for questions.
Anyone for their first time? Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. On and for this amendment, folks, second largest industry in our state. The third largest industry, moo, is right behind this one. Second largest industry in the state. Folks, every one of your communities will benefit from this trust fund. Every one of them. The reason it was established was because there's so many communities coming forward saying, we want this project. We need to find a way to fund it. We want to do this. We want to do that. And earlier today, we talked about why just one community? Why not statewide? Why not statewide? This is the solution for the statewide question. These trust funds work. They're proven. It was modeled after another trust fund that's just delivering great products all over the state in terms of land conservation, habitat mitigation, species support. Folks, this trust fund in 20 years, we'll all be able to look back and be proud that we voted aye on this amendment and got these dollars into your communities to fuel and drive that number 2 economy in our state: tourism, outdoor recreation, outside, clean air, great mental health. So many things go along with this. Please vote aye.
Anyone else for their first time? First time, second time, second time? To the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I had so much time to prepare that I wrote you all a poem with the help of my computer. So here it is. Where trout leap and main streets glow, cabins hum by rivers flow, families gather where wild hearts go, adventure builds what dollars show. In razor cities, open sky, engines hum and eagles fly, dirt bikes trail where dreams don't die, commerce blooms where ridges lie. From the city of oil and the friendly ghost, new docks arise with boats afloat, anglers cast where rivers boast, communities revive from post to post. Tidal town cheers beyond the field with new campsites freshly sealed, young workers find a vibrant yield, and schoolyards hum with futures healed. At Magic City on the plains they meet, Emerald City's green hills greet. And in Buffalo Bill's home and Pilot Hill's seat, outdoor life makes towns complete. Invest and watch the young roots stack. Through grit and gear, the spark comes back. It's more than growth, it's hearts we track. And even your kids might come back.
And with that, we are voting on third reading amendment number 83 to House Bill number 1. And there is no direct spending, so it would be a voice vote. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 83 to House Bill 1, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. That fails. Division having been called, all those in favor, please rise. Hold still, guys. All those against? Sorry. I counted twice and got it. Yeah. You may be seated. That has failed on a vote of 37 against and 21 for. The next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 84 to House Bill number 1. Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move third reading amendment number 84 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. On second reading, I did vote down the employees' raises for the state employees. What I did while the good football coach was giving his rebuttal on that amendment was go work with our good legal staff to tip some of our buckets to get a net zero gain for our employee raises. In addition to the employee raises, I did put in a 1% COLA or cost of living adjustment for our retirees. They haven't had an adjustment in some years, and I've heard from several of them that live in my district just how hard it has been on them, and some of them having to go back to work because of the cost of inflation, electricity, gas, and groceries just to get by, not counting medications or insurance cost. So with that, and let me talk to you. Maybe you've gotten hundreds of emails from the cultural arts people. Yes, that's my fault. Their corpus or their trust fund currently has just under $28.5 million in it. They have two accounts. The first is their trust fund account, and the interest from that account tips into a second spending account, and they spend from that for projects all across the state. In our very southwest corner, they did replace a stained glass window in a church, for example. Those are kind of the kinds of projects that they take on. This takes $10 million out of that account. That is the money that we gave to them to get that trust fund started. And this does not take away any of their abilities to be able to garner donations or for us to refund it in the future. It's just saying right now that cost of living adjustment for our retirees is necessary because we have to take care of our obligations before we can spend any money on playtime. So with that, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Anyone for their first time? Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Speaker Pro Temp, unfortunately, I'm going to have to move to divide this amendment.
Okay, what are the divisions?
So, Mr. Speaker Pro Temp, division number 1 is page 1, line 12 until page 4, line 28. That's division 1. Oh, sorry. I screwed up. So division 1 is page 1, line 11 to page 3, line 24. So the employee compensation part is division 1. Division number 2 is
One second, excuse me. I'm gonna pause you for a second. So you said page 3, line 24.
Correct. That
is halfway in the middle of a subsection on my copy.
Okay, then I do not have the right. I have corrected copy. Mine just says corrected copy.
No, I'll need a corrected copy. 1 second. Let's get a corrected copy and we'll move better along this line.
I have corrected copy.
So we got. You go. Got it. Okay, sorry. So we're at line, you said 11?
Page 1, line 11.
Through page 3, line 24. Got it.
Correct. So that should all be employee compensation.
And
And then
that should all be, that's section 1.
Correct. And
Okay.
then Division 2 is from that page 3, line 24 to page 4, line 28. And so that makes the retirement additional payments as division number 2. Oh, and also includes page 1, lines 1 through 5. So that has to do with the retirement portion. So all of the retirement stuff goes into and goes into division number 2. And then
Okay.
division number 3 is page 1, line 6 through 10. That is the Cultural Trust Fund. And then division number 4 is page 4, the rest of the amendment, and that's the severance tax portion.
Okay, let me just think about this and look at this, please.
Employee compensation.
Minority Floor Leader Yin, so I am gonna change this up a little bit. Division 2 is line 1 through 3. And then page 1, line 1 through 3. And then page 3, line 24 on through page 4, line 28. I'm just changing it. You had it as lines 1 through 5, but it should be 1 through 3. And then division 3, page 1, line 4 through 10. Division 1, page 1, lines 11 through page 3, lines 24. So basically that shift is on page 1, lines 1 through 3. Everything else will be the same.
So Mr. Speaker, pro temp, that is just to move the balancer's text change into division 3 from division.
That is
2.
correct.
Okay.
Thank you. And that is divisible. And if you want to continue, which division would you like to start with?
Mr. Speaker pro temp, I'd like to go in order of the divisions.
Okay,
Divisions
Division 1.
numerically. So division 1. Mr. Speaker pro temp, division 1 on employee compensation. I do think that we should work on our employee compensation. So I will probably be an aye vote on division number 1.
Anyone else on Division 1? Representative Harshman.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, just my question for the bringer of the amendment. I believe this moves to the 2024 pay tables. Just want to confirm that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Anyone else for their first time? Chairman Knapp.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, thank you. I'm against Division 1. I'll probably be against all the divisions. This one in particular, I haven't always been for every trust fund that we've created. But when we do, the idea behind them is for them to grow with the interest that they gain. And if we went back to every trust fund and removed what we started it with to spend on other, whether it's employees or any other program, I think that's a dangerous thing to do. If there's a reason to set up a trust fund, then that reason should stick. And while I appreciate all the employees, I don't think that this is a good process to do that with.
Anyone else for their first time? Larson Lloyd, Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I compliment the bringer of the amendment. Good work. And I would just, so we're dividing this out and we're going to work with this. This first division is purely just providing employee compensation adjustments. And I think that that's something we've been trying to get accomplished here and support it.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative Pendergraph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Very complicated issue for a lot of us to follow. Especially, I don't have a paper one and I work better off of paper. I would appreciate it if the bringer of this division would give us a summary of what each division would accomplish and what's in there, so that we can better determine how we vote on one might affect the next one. Thank you.
Representative Pendergraph, we are in division number 1, which is the appropriation of $111,041,028 from general fund to the state auditor for salary adjustments. Division 1 is salary adjustments. So that is what we are currently voting on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I got that.
Okay.
I would like to have the same summary before we start voting on any section of each section so that everybody in here has a clear idea of what's laid before us.
Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I don't think there's any doubt that our public employees are in need of salary adjustments. We made a commitment several years ago for a 3-phase pay increase to gradually increase where they're at relative to the market. This move gets them to the 2024 pay scale, or 80% of the 2024 pay scale. And we're already in 2026. And so I've seen it over and over and over where we give pay raises, substantial pay raises, because the employees have fallen well behind the market. And then we neglect them for another big period of time, and they fall further and further behind the market. And I know, where I work, we've had positions open, and you attract candidates, and you find the very best candidate, and you offer them the job, and they say, thanks, but no thanks. I found a better paying gig someplace else. It's necessary that we fix this, not just for a few classes of employees, but for all of our employees. So I'm on for Division 1.
Anyone else for their first time? First time, second time? Second time to the divider of the amendment.
Mr. Speaker Pro Temp, so members, again, Division 1 is only dealing with employee compensation. It's $101.7 million to actually pay our employees what they frankly should be paid. And I would ask for an aye on Division number 1.
We are voting on Division 1 of third reading amendment number 84. Chief Clerk, would you please call the roll on Division 1? Yep. So this is page 1, line 11 through page 3, line 24, Division 1.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Posey,
Excused.
Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Schmid, no to aye. Further changes? Campbell Kevin, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 33 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you've decided not to accept Division 1 of third reading amendment number 84. We are now on to Division 2. And to clarify, Division 2 is page 1, lines 1 through 3, as well as page 3, starting on line 25 through page 4, line 28. And with that, I turn over the explanation and the moving of this to the good divider of the amendment.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, this is an $8 million for a COLA, a cost of living adjustment, one-time additional payment. It doesn't adjust the future payments. It only provides a 13th month essentially as a one-time payment with that at the cost of 8.78 from the general fund. I think it's appropriate because we're not giving them a COLA, but we have heard from retirees that, you know, they're dealing with inflation. So I think a one-time payment is appropriate.
Anyone else for their first time on this division, division number 2? First time, Chairman Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I would speak against this division as well. When we promise our retirees a payment for their retirement, we're promising that to not only our current retirees, but our future retirees. If that agreement that we make, that promise that we make to our employees does not involve a COLA adjustment, I don't think it's fair to take 1 year randomly and give a COLA adjustment. An old appropriator once told me, and we saw this with firefighter A and B, he said, never mess with our retirees' promise for the fund to be there in the future. If you inject COLA into any given year, that's expected in years following. Doesn't matter if we do it or not, it's expected. We've made a promise to our employees, past, present, and future, and we're going to keep that promise.
Anyone else for their first time? Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Pro Tem. Folks, we decided a while back that we weren't going to allow the pension board to grant COLAs. So it was going to be controlled by this body. And the idea was to wait until these pension funds reached the point where they were 100% actuarially sound before any of those folks would be eligible for a COLA. And when I got to the legislature, I asked, well, what's the timeline? When do we project that those funds will be 100% actuarially sound? And he said about 30 years. 30 years. So you've got retirees in our state who live in your neighborhoods, live in your communities. Many of them are surviving spouses. who only get a percentage of their spouse's pension. And at the time they started into government employment, if you had a government pension, you were golden for retirement. All right. Well, things change. Inflation hits again and again. And those earnings, those pensions, no longer have anything close to the buying power they once did. And these folks are trying to keep their heads above water. And we've talked before about trying to help people across our state because things are tough out there. And it's especially tough for many of our retirees who've been on these plans for sometimes decades. And the buying power of their pension has eroded and eroded and eroded and eroded. There are plans in this country with less than 100% actuarially sound balances that are paying out COLAs, and they're still healthy plans. I'm not talking about those plans in those states that are horribly mismanaged, but you don't have to have 100% actuarially sound balances to have the fund be able to reasonably allow a tiny COLA of this size. On and forth.
Larson Lloyd, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to agree with both of the past two speakers, the chairman of corporations and the chairman of judiciary. The chairman of corporations noted, and we have done that when I came into the legislature, the big plan that we're talking about really was maybe right around 70% funded. And it had struggled getting up there. And part of that was as we were periodically granting COLAs. And through a number of reviews, it was really determined that this fund was never designed for a COLA, an ongoing COLA. And if you look at the retirement center, as they teach people who come into employ with the state, that their state retirement is just a component of their overall retirement plan. They should be investing other places as well. So with that in mind, if our friends and neighbors who worked have relied solely upon the retirement of the state, that's right, that purchasing power is diminished, not unlike anybody outside the state that's been part of a retirement plan as well. Theirs is impacted. So then should we give a cost of living, an ongoing cost of living adjustment to the state employees? There would be just a fair argument that we should give it to anybody who's on a retirement, that their retirement plan hasn't been, because it's not. And I know I sound hard-hearted, but structurally, it was not designed that way. Okay, so that's why we've avoided that, and we're working to get that. We did get ourselves in a bind, you'll recall, with Fireman A, and we got that resolved. 144 million, 60 million, but anyway, we got that, and we needed to. This COLA adjustment that the good representative is talking to us does not come out of the retirement fund. It's a 13th check. It's a one-time COLA adjustment, and we've done those in bienniums where we've been a little healthier than and felt like that we could do this. This does not come out, and it will have zero impact on the plan. It comes out of the general fund. So when we talk about the revenue we generated, I think you can really, or we should support the idea that, fair enough, with this revenue, we should be able to support a 13th check here for our retirees. and we'll take it out of the general fund and pay for it. And I think that that's deserved. The conversation on the retirement fund and the plan has been and will continue to be a delicate conversation that we have in this body. And we can have that on if we want to do an ongoing COLA or something, but that's not what this amendment does. This is just a 13th check. And in this portion, this division's amendment, it's paid for out of the general fund. I support this amendment.
Representative Conley for your first time.
Thank you. I support this amendment. I've talked to people in my district that have given concern about this. And so I think this is a really good way to look at help pay back to our people. So please support the amendment.
Anyone else for their first time? First time, second time. Chairman Knapp.
Thank you. And I understand that this would come out of general fund. I think the point is, you know, for those of you who didn't live through it, we talked about firefighter A pension program and B, where those were considered at one time actuarially sound. But we didn't stick to the plan and we gave out COLAs, which decimated the plan. We had to interject about $50 million, if I remember correctly, to salvage just the people that were left in the plan and get them moved over to firefighter B. The point I was trying to make is this isn't a one-time request. You cannot chase inflation when it comes to paying out retirement benefits, because inflation happens every year. And those employees that are saying now, please give us this extra 13th payment. This isn't the first time. This comes every single year and will come every single year after. And so no matter if it's coming out of the fund, whether it comes out of LISRA or a general fund, does not matter. It's a out of the norm payment going out that if we stuck by the principle should be every year. If we're going to follow inflation and we're going to make sure that people are held whole in their ability to retire. But that's not what we do. We offer a plan and we stick to the plan. Otherwise, you're chasing inflation, and it should, in principle, happen every year if you grant it in 1 year. Thank you.
Chairman Washut for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Majority, Speaker Pro Tem. 2 points. Number one, there's a subset of our state retirees who work for municipalities, and because of their classification, they were not enrolled in Social Security. So they never get Social Security benefits. Unlike all the rest of our state employees, retirees, who do get Social Security benefits. So you've got this subset of people out there who haven't even gotten the Social Security cost of living adjustments over the last few years. Because their municipality, many, many decades ago, decided not to put that classification of employee into the Social Security system. So imagine if you started on a pension in 1990 or before, and ever since, you've gotten maybe 1 or 2 small COLAs before the legislature took control of the cost adjustments. And you've also gotten no Social Security increases in all that time. My second point is that we know we have a recruitment and retention challenge in our state. I saw a report that indicated that our dispatchers who dispatch for the transportation people, including our folks who wear green stripes down their legs, right? They've had 100% turnover in that position over the last 5 years. 100%. And when we're recruiting employees, one factor that new oncoming employees or potential employees will ask about is retirement. And if they find out that the retirees of this state are neglected again and again, they get no COLAs built into their pension plan like they do in most of the other states around us. Makes it harder to recruit, harder to retain your people. 1%, one time, future legislatures will always have the opportunity to say no. But in a year when we got record returns on our investments, if there was ever a time where we might say yes to a 13th check for our retirees, I think it would be this year.
Anyone else for their second time? Seeing no one moving, back to the divider of the amendment. Okay, we are voting on Division 2 of third reading amendment number 84. And just to clarify, Division 2 is page 1, line 4 through 10, and page 3, lines 25 through page 4, line 28. One second, let me clarify and make sure I get that right. Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry. It is lines 1 through 3 on page 1, and then page 3, lines 25 through page 4, line 28. Division number 2.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem,
Yes.
I don't know the rule on this, so I'm going to ask. Is it possible that I may withdraw the remainder of the amendment as we voted down the first and the intent of the amendment has been changed, or do we need to vote on all 3 sections?
We're going to have to vote through this, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Chief Clerk, would you please? What?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So we did actually have an example earlier with the good representative from Cheyenne, where 1/2 was voted down and then the rest was withdrawn. So I think it's appropriate that we could withdraw the whole thing.
Okay.
Without objection, of course, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Do we have any objection on withdrawing the rest of the amendment? Seeing no objection, I would offer, if you would like to do that, you can do that.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, at this time, I'd like to withdraw Amendment 84 to House Bill 1 without objection.
Hearing no objection, amendment number 84 to third reading amendment number 84 to House 1 is withdrawn. Moving on, next one for our consideration is third reading amendment number 80. Just 1 minute. We're gonna get clarity to make sure this works. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have to vote on the current section that the question has been called on. And then at that point, the rest can be withdrawn, the other 2 sections. So we will be calling roll on the second section of Third reading amendment number 84 to House Bill 1. Once again, it's page 1, lines 1 through 3, page 3, lines 24 through page 4, line 28. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew. Repeat. Angelos, Banks, excused, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Harrelson,
No.
Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing. Chestick, aye to no. Chestick, aye to conflict. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 28 aye, 31 no, 1 conflict, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have voted not to accept division number 2 of third reading amendment number 84 to House Bill 1. Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'd like to withdraw House Amendment, third reading amendment number 84 from House Bill 1 with no objection.
Hearing no objection, the remainder of third reading amendment number 84 to House Bill 1 has been withdrawn. Our next amendment for consideration is third reading amendment number 85. And for that, we're going to go to Representative Wharf.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the Committee of the Whole Amendment number 3 to,
Nope, we're not on Committee of the Whole. So
oh, I'm
this is going to
sorry.
be
I move the amendment to third reading amendment to House Bill 1, number 85. Is that right? Or did I say it in the wrong order? Okay. I'm going to withdraw that.
You still have to withdraw it though.
Move. Amendment, what number is it?
I move amendment 85 to House Bill 1, third reading. And I respectfully request, in the interest of time, that we withdraw that amendment.
Okay, you withdraw third reading amendment number 85 to House Bill 1. Thank you
What
very
I said.
much.
Thank you.
Moving on to third reading amendment number 86 to House Bill 1. Representative Lean.
I'd like to respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 86 to House Bill 1.
Thank you very much. Moving on. Moving on to third reading amendment number 87 to House Bill 1. Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 87 to House Bill 1.
We are on a beautiful roll, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to third reading amendment number 88 to House Bill 1. And this is going to be Speaker Nyman.
Speaker Pro Tem, I almost feel like I need to keep the roll going, but I do think what I've got going here might be something of interest to all the body. Members, I bring to you third reading amendment number 88 to House Bill number 1 and would ask for your favorable consideration. Just give you a little bit of background, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to do here. On your desk, you have two different pieces of paper from me, one that explains this, and the other one is got blue on it. Oh, yeah, moved. Oh, I'm sorry. I said bring. I move House Bill number, man, now even I'm struggling. I move third reading amendment number 88 to House Bill 1 and would ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Appreciate everybody's patience. Ladies and gentlemen, if you got it, it's this sheet right here. It's got the blue on it. Then you've got another one here that kind of lays out and explains it a little bit, what I'm wanting to do. Okay, here's what happened. Several months ago, I started having, well, actually over almost a year ago, I started having conversations with some folks that were former municipality directors and councilmen and stuff like that. And they kept mentioning to me that there were some really good systems that they used quite a few years ago. And the last one that I could find here with the information was this was energized or was funded back in 2015 and 16. And then at that point, when things had kind of had a downturn, that we saw that funding go away, which we talked about it all day. Things are up, down, you got to make adjustments. Well, this particular program went away and they were called consensus grants. And as I've talked to different people in my district and elsewhere, they said, you know, that was one of the most useful programs that they could ever remember to help communities do what I hear most from communities, and that is infrastructure. I've actually had people, ladies and gentlemen, tell me, he says, you know, Chip, I said, I'd really rather you not bring me any new businesses into my town because I can't even fix and be ready for them with what's going on under the ground. Many of these communities need infrastructure, water, sewer, curb, gutter, other things that are critical to making our communities business ready. So that's why I wanted to look at this and present this idea to all of you and see if this would be something you would entertain. What I'm asking of you is to allow me, or all of us ultimately, to take the Business Ready Communities funds, $54.9 million, and invest it into the consensus grants. And the reason I'm wanting to do this, ladies and gentlemen, is because the Business Ready Community Funds, they require that each community or county or whatever goes down and basically petition the state for those funds. They've got to try to make their argument and they've got to compete against everybody else. They're fighting for these dollars. I've seen several times in my tenure as a legislator where communities have to literally fight each other for these dollars. And sometimes it becomes political. And I hate that. I don't want it to become political. So my thought was, when I was hearing about this, they said this kept the politics out of it, and it made the counties work together to form a consensus, to find different things that they wanted to do. And once they could have come to an agreement on it, then they put their plan together and they presented it to the Office of States, Lands and Investments. They're the ones that oversees this. So when you look at this on this sheet, the blue sheet, you can see each one of your counties and what this current $54.9 million would mean in actual dollars that would be available to your counties in real time. And these dollars are refundable or reimbursement that would be held in account for your county. Here's a caveat to it, ladies and gentlemen. If your county can't get along and can't work together and come up with a plan, they can't utilize the money. But if they can work together and come up with a plan, then the money is available. And if there's any funds that they don't use, you don't lose them. They stay there for you to use for other projects as you go on. And so that's what there was talking. I've had a lady that used to work a lot with OSLI. I've worked consistently with her and other groups. And her dollars to me was, and what she said, explained was, every dollar that we saw through the consensus grants brought a $1 to $7 return back. For every dollar spent, $7 return in the communities. And it's not for fluff, ladies and gentlemen. That's one thing that's very critical and important to me. These are the things that are the non-glamorous things that communities desperately need to become business ready. This is plumbing. This is curb. This is gutter. This is getting the communities ready to be able to take on business. And this way, and in this form, communities don't have to go down and try to fight each other for it. We're putting more local control, which we've talked about, in situations we've gone through in different motions in this body. This brings the decision-making from the state and that department that has less understanding of what's actually going on the ground there and gives it to the locals who put the plan together and then let the state reimburse. In the discussions that I had with the people that were taking care of this, they said they don't recall ever denying an ask or a plan. I was actually told the only one they ever questioned was one community came and said that they needed a dog, a police dog, or some kind of a security dog. That was a personnel issue. And they said once they came and explained it, they signed off and they went with it. To their knowledge, to this lady's knowledge, she says, we never denied one because they're already worked out and there's consensus being created in the county. They put together their plan and they reimburse. A couple of points that she brought up to me. This is reimbursed to the OSLI. You submit your plan. There's oversight throughout the entire process. So they're going to make sure that things are working right and things are going where they need to go. There are guardrails on this. There's certain things that are not going to fit. This is primarily infrastructure. Okay. Plan is approved. Your invoices are refunded. That's how this works. The BRC, the way it is currently created, is a state decision. The consensus grants are local level decisions. When you're asking for MRA, and that's another thing that I think is a positive of this, was brought up to me, and it makes a lot of sense. The use of consensus grant dollars will help take pressure off the MRG funds because businesses are more proactive about doing maintenance and getting things ready so that we have fewer emergencies that we have to deal with. That was another point. You're not pitting people against each other, they're working together, which to me makes a lot of sense, and I like that. Consensus makes people work together in the county level. So what you've got is communities, you have to have buy-in on all the communities, which is positive. It's not just one gets all of it. It's based on population and it's based on municipalities. So your municipalities all have a stake in this. They have a say. Talked about taking pressure off the MRG funding. What we're seeing and the work that I've done on this and trying to do some research, larger communities can manage, and they are basically in maintenance mode. They're able to generate enough dollars to maintain their facilities. Small communities, ladies and gentlemen, are in panic mode because they do not have the money that they need to do the infrastructure work to make their businesses and their communities stronger and ready to accept business and to grow. So this provides that level of funding that they can disperse and to their needs on a plan that they've all worked together to come to. So I've got some lists of different things here and stuff like that of what the old former stuff was. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, this is a policy issue. I get it. But those dollars that are currently in that aspect of the business-ready communities, I believe, will be better spent, better managed, and have broader effect because every one of us in here will be able to take something home to their communities that they're not going to have to go and wrestle their neighbor for, or know some, get some bigger engineering outfit that really knows how to put the big pot in the little one. This comes to where they can make local decisions for things that matter for building their communities. I personally believe this is a good, thoughtful way to manage those dollars so that they get on the ground and provide the returns that the people of the state of Wyoming need. So with that, I would love to hear your questions.
Representative Larson Lloyd, for your first time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And folks, there's a couple of things on consensus revenue that I think is important in this bill. And historically, when this was in place before, the requirement wasn't there that 50% of the communities had to agree, and not every community had a vote. And so in my county, we had a couple of bullies. The two bigger towns would often impede their will, and the smaller communities didn't get anything. They've corrected that in this to where each community is on an equal basis. So then in my county, where you've got 3 or 4 or 5 small communities, they're an equal say there. So that's a good thing. Policy wise, that's just remember, so we take this for this biennium out of the BRC, those funds that we had set aside, if I understand that correctly. But moving forward, But moving forward, there's the expectation that we're going to be putting general funds set aside for consensus obligations. And so that's probably the biggest conversation that we have to have. We've got it for this one, but no, we've got to be willing to, in 2 years, to come back and say, oh yeah, we adopted this and we've got to belly up to the bar and continue to fund this. So that's an important part of the conversation that we have, because it'll be ongoing. It does work well. And I think that, of course, what's really nice is the author of a lot of this just had a lot of experience in our state government and administrating in the agency that administers grants a lot, knew the flaws, and I think put a very thoughtful package together. But it is a policy change, and we just make that decision.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The proof is in the pudding. I've resisted talking about the interim on several of these amendments because I didn't want to influence your vote on those amendments, but I'm going to here on this one. It was brought up many times on a previous amendment. What's the plan? What's the plan? You're now seeing an incredible plan. This is a plan that will make our communities ready for businesses. The good previous appropriator just said, what are we going to do down the road? That is an important question, and that's why I want to bring up the interim right now. We have had conversations in your House Committee number 2 about what we're going to do this interim. The good representative from this town on the northwest corner brought a bill to say, let's study the Wyoming Business Council and figure out, what do we want to do? What's the plan? We made a commitment in that committee that we're going to bring that to the interim. And this is part of it, the long-term funding. We're going to work on that this summer and figure out what should be the long-term funding for this program. We really believe in it, that this solves so many problems. It's not going to solve all the problems. But here within this budget, at least for the next 2 years, we can take care of our small communities. We can take care of our large communities. And we can be open for business. On and for the amendment, it's a great idea.
Chairman Knapp, for your first time.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. This amendment is a good amendment. I've lived through it, being a county commissioner for 12 years in the past. I can tell you that this is a way through consensus that small cities and towns can get infrastructure done. So you come up each with a list, you agree to the list, and that money is generated for your county, cities, and towns. But it is the #1 way, I believe, for smaller communities to be able to fund their projects. So I'd speak in favor of the amendment.
Representative Conley, for your first time.
Thank you. This is a really good amendment. And the thing, we've had it in the past, and I've experienced it in the past as a county commissioner, but the nice thing is our smaller communities, like the ones in my district, 300 people, they have a lot of things that they need help with. And with this process, they will be able to have that same voice to come together and make this work. So I'm 100% behind this amendment.
Representative Williams, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, this is what I look like when I'm super excited. Since this amendment was filed, I have had nothing but support from House District 2. This is a better way, as was previously described. I planned on speaking about 10 minutes on this amendment, but the good speaker left very little unsaid, and I appreciate that. Please vote aye.
Representative Thayer, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you for this amendment. I do have a couple clarifying questions. So will this amendment in front of us be exactly like the old consensus? And what I mean by that, you're in my wheelhouse now, so this is what I do day in and day out, is such as the details of the project. So, there's a lot of Office of State Lands and Investment that say they only can be for this, so they can only be for that. And so I just want to make sure for our municipalities that it is not a brand new program, but they can fix old pipes. I just want that clarity because I don't want my constituents or any of your constituents saying they think it can be for, so before it was for revitalization, redoing pipes. And I just want to make sure we know exactly what we're voting on. Thank you for bringing this amendment.
Representative Pendergraft, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'll be very brief. If you're listening to this and you're not familiar with this program, you can do an internet search for countywide consensus grants. It will take you to the SLIB website. And the cool part about this, in my view, is that all of the statutes, all the regulations, everything is already there. It's plug and play, ready to go.
Representative Ottman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This is so wonderful because it is something that most everybody can agree on. I have miles and miles of territory in my district and communities that go anywhere from just over 100 to about 12,000. Just enough distance for them to be centered on their needs. This will bring my county and my district together. I even have some support from the county commissioners, which isn't always there. So it seems like it's good. They can work together. They can prioritize and aren't underneath the purview of state and applying for grants and going through all that. They can get business ready, pick their priorities, and do what's important for these communities. Thank you. So I'm an aye on the amendment.
Thank you. Chairman Rodriguez-Williams for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. On and for the amendment, I applaud the good speaker for bringing this incredibly creative and much needed solution. One of the concerns that came about in my community was that the current agency, which I believe we've said already, the Wyoming Business Council, has been discriminating against communities that have not implemented the max penny, the fifth or sixth penny. So essentially, if you come from a very conservative community, you're at the bottom of the list of these projects. And so I appreciate the fairness, the level playing field that this amendment brings. And I encourage and I vote.
Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'll keep it brief. I appreciate the bringer of the amendment bringing this forward. I think this is a good start to a plan moving forward and would encourage an aye vote.
Representative McCann. No, not McCann. I'm sorry. Schmidt.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Yes, coming from one of those small communities we're talking about in Wyoming, population 393, with outdated sewer and water systems, this amendment excites me. This is how we build Wyoming, in my opinion. This is how we promote Wyoming, in my opinion. And this is what's going to bring businesses to Wyoming for the right reasons. So I urge an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else for their? Yes, Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I have a little familiarity with this program in the past, and I can tell you the work that the bringer of this amendment brought is much improved, and I definitely encourage an aye vote, and I support this. Thank you.
Anyone else for their first time? Second time? Representative Larson Lloyd for your second time.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, could I still do my first time?
Okay, folks, everybody is excited. They love
One
this
second,
amendment.
I'm going to stop you for 1 second. I'm sorry, I missed a first.
Okay.
Thank you. Minority Floor Leader Yin for your
Mr.
first time.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, so that good representative can speak, I'll just do first for a second and I'll speak on my.
Perfect. You're up. Representative Larson Lloyd for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So everybody feels good. They like this. And we're saying that we're going to fund it moving forward. And what's infrastructure? Could be a fire truck, could be a police car, could be a sewer, could be infrastructure, right? The most acute need across the state is water, sewer, stormwater infrastructure. This biennial infusion will not even come close to satisfying that. So as we're thinking about how to move the state forward and help the municipalities out, there's some work that Select Water is doing in some other things to further develop policy on how we address infrastructure in those areas. And so just please I would recommend that we don't get so final in our thought on this that it's going to take care of everything, because of just the storm water and drinking water. There's probably I've heard estimates between $2 billion is kind of the average that it would take to get that kind of infrastructure up to an appropriate level. So just wanted to throw that little bit of caution like that.
Thank you. Minority Floor Leader Yin for your second time.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, thank you. So I was trying to figure out, members, what happened to it? Where did it go? Why did it disappear? I'm not quite sure I still know that. So if there is someone that has a history lesson that would be able to tell me, I think that would be great. From my quick searching during the debate, it seems to be that there was some division between direct distribution and the countywide consensus grants. And then at some point it just moved all the way into direct distribution, and then the countywide consensus grants kind of went away. I think I'm okay with this. It's weird because it comes at the defunding of the Business Ready Communities program. And I kind of think both are useful in different ways. But given the body's reluctance on the Business Ready Communities program, I'll probably be okay with putting the countywide consensus grants. But frankly, I think both are necessary for economic development in all of our communities. And we'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Perfect. Anyone else for their second time? Second time to the bringer. Bring us home, Speaker Nyman.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your sentiments on this and the support out there. No, you're right. And to the members that said, is this going to be the cure all end all? Not even close. This isn't, this will make the skillet stink, but this is not going to fix everything that's out there. And we got to remember that, ladies and gentlemen. But my desire, my heart in this is, while it was with the business ready communities, I want this money in this way to get on the ground in the communities across the state. This method creates the opportunity for every county represented in this building to have dollars that they can invest locally and start helping them to push back against a lot of these expenses, because a lot of them didn't know if they were going to get money. And this helps them do that. And that's why I'm very, very thankful for my committee number 2 and the chairman that spoke. That was one of the main concerns I had, is that a lot of these communities, because they didn't know if maybe, okay, well, I'm going to go and I'm going to give up for 2 years or for a year for your project, thinking, well, maybe this thing's going to go away. And I just gave up my chance to help my community. The way this is set up, ladies and gentlemen, these communities all have a say. It's important for all of them to work together to make this work. And that's why this is a good program. I think the reason it went away, and my understanding of the discussions I had, is they ran out of money. And they diverted the money elsewhere. And this just kind of disappeared. It just into the ether, and then they just kind of went on about business and forgot about it. But when I kept hearing so many times from so many community drivers, they said that worked. It worked really well. And people were forced to get along and work together and help each other. And that's a good thing. And so I'm very thankful for my committee number 2. I was just going to say, we need to look at this and what we can do to make this ongoing. That's another exciting part of this. If we can come up with a good method to keep this going so communities do know that that's out there and they can get those tax dollars back into their communities, it's a great thing. So on and for the amendment. Appreciate your support. Thank you, and vote aye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're voting on third reading amendment number 88 to House Bill number 1, and it is a voice vote. So all those in favor of this, please say aye. Opposed, no. I think it passes. No clapping, guys. We don't do that. Okay. The next one for our consideration is third reading amendment number 89 to House Bill number 1. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 89 to House Bill 1.
Thank you. The next one for our consideration is third reading amendment number 90 to House Bill 1. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move third reading amendment number 90 to House Bill number 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. This should be real quick, folks. This is just a technical correction. We wanted to make sure that if a Senate file coming from the other side were to pass that achieves the same function as what we have in the 300 sections, that we didn't have both things. So this creates a precedent. On line 10, you'll see that this section shall only be effective if 2026 Senate File 21 is not enacted into law. So we've got basically 2 ways of taking care of stable token, and we only want one of those to be the final solution. This amendment does that. I'll ask for your aye vote.
Anyone else for their first time? Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Speaker Pro Temp, I wouldn't call it the final solution, but I would vote aye on the amendment.
There we go. Anyone else for their first time? For their first time, for their second time? Back to the bringer. Back to the bringer. We getting a thumbs up? This will be a voice vote. We are voting on third reading amendment number 90 to House Bill 1. All those in favor of this amendment, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. That does pass. Moving on, we are now on third reading amendment number 91 to House Bill 1. Representative Heft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I respectfully withdraw House Amendment 91 to House Bill 1.
Okay, so third reading.
Third reading.
Amendment
91, House Bill 1.
Thank you very much for that. Moving on, we are now on third reading amendment number 92 to House Bill 1. Chairman Rodriguez Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move third reading amendment number 92 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. The appropriation that JAC handled comes from a letter from the Wyoming Judicial Branch in regards to court security. And what this amendment does is it removes $3,284,000 from the general fund and approximately $365,000 from local funds. And essentially in this letter from the judicial branch to the legislative branch, we are being told that the state government must allocate more taxpayer dollars for security. And in the letter, it says that they're enabled with establishing standards to protect life, property, and the judicial process in the Wyoming court system. Mind you, this is additional funding. This is a core function of the state, says the letter. But here's the question I asked to the body. If this branch of government has a vested interest in protecting your life, why does it suddenly lose that interest when the life in question comes to the unborn? We can't say life is sacred.
Please.
What is your point?
Let's stick to the merits of the actual bill. This is an attempt to use an unpopular decision as an excuse to punish the court. That's what I'm hearing. I think that is inappropriate.
Okay, so I'm going to take a pause for a second, because one of the things we've seen as we walk through this entire process is a lot of people have taken a lot of liberty. So the good chairman is bringing an amendment, and she is telling you why she feels this should leave. So I will say that I believe that she's not being disparaging on this body, and she's telling that reason. So I will say, please continue, Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So equal protection and under the law cannot depend on size, stage of development, or location. A just society protects the most vulnerable first. If the state government exists to protect life, as stated in this letter from the Wyoming judicial branch to the legislative branch of government, then that principle must apply consistently, not selectively. I encourage an aye vote on this amendment.
Anyone for their first time? Representative Chestick, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We all know that the threat of violence against court officers and courts and generally in the world today is increasing. This, I believe, is a very reasonable request in dangerous times. And the only justification that's been given is to punish this court for a decision it made. I think we need to vote this down.
Chairman Washut, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Members, I served on the Court Security Commission for a few years early in my legislative career, and we were able to work with a lot of local courthouses that had very antiquated security systems or almost no security systems. And those are the kinds of things that got funded with these grants. I understand the philosophical argument, but in a very practical sense, these funds are being utilized to make our courthouses safer, and not just safer for judges, but safer for the litigants and other people who utilize our courthouses. I just think that we want to think carefully about this motion.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. If you all would, just take a look at our actual House Bill 1 budget bill on page 132, starting on line 21. This is what the amendment proposes to delete. It's the $3,284,828 to invest in security systems throughout our court system. This is every court in your county. Every court in your county will not get the security and security improvements that they need. That's what you're being asked to delete.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I echo the representative from the center of the state. I think hard about this. Was I disappointed in the court's ruling? Absolutely. We have a process, though, that we go through to respond to that, and we're going through it. But somehow I don't see how we can trade life for life to the extent that we're dealing with life-altering situations. So I'm pro-life in every area of my life. I really am. So I can't quite compute this as a reasonable and rational response. This was not what our JAC recommended. And it does affect your county court, your district courts. And what we are seeing in the family law area in particular, but in other cases as well, both civil and criminal, more animosity entering the courtroom, true threats to people who are just there watching. And those are on the rise partly because of just the sort of age of rage we're living in and the rise of mental health issues in our communities. So that is what this is to do, is to protect our citizens as much as anything. To view it as they're there to protect the judge is really not, I mean, that's part of it, but that's not the sole purpose. It's actually much broader than that. So I just would like you to think about that, and whether, even as someone who's pro-life and extremely disappointed with the opinion, that is this the appropriate response? I don't think so.
Representative Larson Lloyd for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I read the footnote and what it is intended to do in providing security in our courthouses, we should contemplate who that is. And I think there's a fair argument to be said that the intent of these funds is to protect both the born and the unborn. I think the intention is very wholesome for everybody that enters into the courthouse or court system, to make sure that they're not unduly harmed by some sort of malice.
Representative Pendergraft, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I mentioned this when we presented the bill. My courthouse, for an example, is quite old. It was built in a different day and a different time. It has many entrances and exits that are not easily protected. Within that building are all kinds of people. People coming to get their license plates, people coming to pay their taxes, people coming to file for a property tax, whatever. Anybody at any time with malice or ill intent could come into there and do some damage. In addition, there are doors that you can't frankly see through them. So somebody comes and rings a buzzer, you don't know who's standing on the other side. As much as I understand and respect the heart of the bringer, I'm going to be a no on this one.
Representative Conley, first time.
Thank you. I have to be a no on this as well, having worked in the courthouse and worked with Homeland Security and these security issues. This funding really does help the local courts. There are a lot of issues out there every day that, like, for example, we've had to put, bulletproof glass, redoing different things to help protect the people in the courthouse. So as much as I appreciate the bringer, I have to say no on this amendment.
Anyone else for their first time? First time, not seeing anyone moving. Second time. Second time, back to the bringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Again, I urge an aye vote, and I leave the body with this question based on the letter and what I've already described in the letter. If life is sacred enough to guard with security details and improved security equipment, is it sacred enough to guard in the womb? Urge an aye.
We are voting on third reading amendment number 92 to House Bill 1. Chief Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Alamand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Harrelson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins,
Excused.
Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, repeat, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Andrew, aye to no. Wasserberger, no to aye. Allemand, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 12 aye, 48 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you voted not to accept third reading amendment number 92 to House Bill 1. The next bill for our, or amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 93 to House Bill 1. And to bring that to us is the good Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, fresh in your box on your desk is a handout. Looks like this. Pictures are the 1,000 words. Okay, so it's not the one I drew earlier that I was a little bit late with. Am I not loud enough? Oh, yeah. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'll move third reading amendment number 93 to House Bill 1. Thank you for that gentle nudge.
And I will say, Mr. Coach, that still is a prop.
That is not a prop, you said?
That is a prop.
Actually, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you called me on this last year and the rules that if it's been distributed to everybody, it is not a prop. But I'd be glad for a rules committee.
Why don't you continue to wave your piece of paper then?
There's a few rules I know. Okay, thank you. So if you have that, okay, first of all, there's a bill to raise the Hathaway Scholarship. I think it's a great bill. Education's bringing it. And our Appropriations Committee chose to put this in the budget as well. And I just want to visit about this a minute. When the Hathaway, it was based, really, the idea came from Louisiana. Can I say that? It was the TOPS scholarship, the Taylor Opportunity. And it was really an act of charity first. This gentleman saw these kids who were in a poor part of town, and he said, hey, what if I paid your way to college if you got A's and B's and did this and that? And did this little experiment, and it took off. And then became a program of their state. Other states have done this. So in 2004 or 5, the Jonah field is booming. We've got a lot of FMRs, federal mineral royalties, and we took the ones that would go to the K-12 school account. Actually, I had 4 bills on this floor, and they were all killed. But there was one coming from the Senate that had K-12 money going to endowed college professors. And it had the word scholarship in the title. So we put a 13-page substitute amendment in there, and we grew the endowed professors to 105 million and the Hathaway to 400 million just in a couple short years with excess federal mineral royalties. So then we went on to work, the Merit Scholarship Committee, named it after Governor Hathaway, an adopted kid, flew 50 missions over Europe. 25, you could come home, but he volunteered for 25 more. Ran against the severance tax, came back. Anyway, that's the history to it. And really was instrumental with members of this body in forming the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. Voters of this state then passed an amendment to the Constitution that makes these educational trust funds inviolate, just like the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. So the Hathaway is going to be with us forever unless people vote to change the Constitution. So when it was all set up with did all this work, the idea was the top scholars, the honors, would get 100% of UW tuition. The next level, the performance, you can see in that second column, and I've got circles around, a couple circles in each column, they'd get 75% of UW tuition. And then the opportunity scholarship would be 50% of tuition. And you can see the tuition number currently at the university is $5,400 in the top left column there, and it's kind of in big print. And then there's all these scenarios. You can see the current law, the Senate file that's here, the House bill, the budget bill, and then this low and high band. And I circled this current budget bill and the high band there. And then, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and members, just in short, I just kind of numbered those. So number one, this is how much the Hathaway earned last year. $54.5 million. Number two, the reserve account, which we had to change because it wasn't quite working right when they had to pay bills, but that thing grew to nearly 80 million, 79.5 million, which is over this 8%. And so we tipped roughly 25 million, and there's 54 million now in the reserve account. So the endowment market value of that thing now is 840 million. It started at 400. And we paid out billions in scholarships over the last 20 years. So the current Hathaway is about 17 million a year. And that's why the committee did such good work going in there and changing this, because our income is 25 to 50 million a year. We can afford to do more. And so what's happened, we started at 100% of UW tuition and we're down to about 60. So the idea is to kind of reset this. It's not like you can increase it every year, but if we reset at that 100, 75, and 50, then it kind of gives us a marker that in 2026, we reset this thing. And then future legislators who will be sitting in these chairs can work on this issue as well. So that's the whole idea, to kind of rebase or restart it at that 100%. And then, so I think it talks about the rest of that stuff. You can read 4, talks about the high and low bands of this proposal. So that's really all this is. We'll just change those amounts that I circled in each column. And the high band request would be 100% of tuition, 75% of tuition, and 50%. Just so we kind of reset to that starting point. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. Anyone for their first time? Chairman Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm on and against this amendment, but only because this is a Senate file on our on our cow list that I assume we will get to. I'd be really happy to talk about this amendment when we get to that bill, but I would rather stick with that. Thank you.
Anyone else for their first time? First time, Representative Pendergraph.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I agree with the numbers, the same numbers that I got when I presented the Hathaway increase from the JAC. My question for the bringer is, should this Senate file pass, and this is in the budget, which takes preeminence? Do they stack? Do we need to put a clause in there that says one goes away if the bill passes, et cetera? Thank you.
Anyone else for their first time? First time, second time to the bringer. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Question from the good representative from Sheridan County. And so if that, I didn't have a chance to read right through your budget amendment in the budget bill on that, but that always is in a reviser kind of amendment that the appropriations will bring at the end to take care of all that. So we won't have a double thing going. I'm assuming you folks put it in there, as you said the other day on this floor, to have 2 horses in the race. And because it's an important issue and we need to address it. And so I think, so I appreciate that question. So that wouldn't be a double. The other piece would be, and I think, yeah, and I think that the good representative from Laramie County is pointing out it's at the bottom of page 139 of your budget bill that if that Senate file is active, this goes away. Thank you. So for that question. And then the representative from Albany County, and that's great. I mean, the bill is going to be on our general file. I'd go back to what the representative from Sheridan County said the other day. It's probably good to have 2 horses in this race. So if you think this is a good idea to reset like we started at 175.50, so we have a marker where we know where we're at, and I think it's really good because down the road, you can say, geez, UW's raised their tuition this much, and it's just a deal for us to keep track of. And certainly can afford it with this trust fund, and that's the whole idea. And you listen to the testimony of these kids, and it's working. The merit scholarship idea is working. Kids are like, they're following the track, like I got to get good grades. And that's the whole idea, was to be a merit-based thing and move that forward. So if you like this idea and want to get this reset on our history and get this squared away, please vote aye. And again, it's not going to be a money thing, or money is not that much difference. It's just kind of getting it squared away so we know where we started, so we can know where we're at 15 years from now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. We are voting on third reading amendment number 93 to House Bill number 1. All those in favor of this amendment, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. I'll call division on that because I couldn't tell. All those in favor of this amendment, please rise. Okay, you may be seated. All those against, please rise. It's going to be close, ladies and gentlemen, so please come in and stand still. Yep. Filter in and let's get into where everyone can see. Yep. That amendment passes with a vote of 30 to 28. The next for our consideration is third reading amendment number 94 to House Bill 1. Representative Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading of Amendment 94 to House Bill 1. Thank you. All this amendment does is create sideboards that any agency can't use state dollars for association or organization fees or dues or expenses associated with membership. Thank you. Appreciate your aye vote.
Anyone for their first time? Anyone for their first time? Second time? Representative, do you want another bite at the apple? Seeing none, this is going to be a voice vote on third reading amendment number 94 to House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. Third reading amendment number 94 to House Bill 1 has failed. Moving on now to third reading amendment number 95 to House Bill 1. Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move third reading amendment number 95 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. When we had a great discussion yesterday about the shooting complex, and what this intends to do is to say that there will be no money that comes from the accounts of the state, such as our general fund, our SIPA fund, and there's one more, the LISRA, but it does still give them the opportunity to seek funding from tourism and the Game and Fish for Pittman Robbins tax. So those two avenues are still open if they do need more funding. And with that, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Chairman Washut for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. No real opposition to this. It doesn't do much because it only applies to this 2-year biennium budget. But there's no intention on the part of the Joint Powers Board to come back to the well. So if what we pass this year finishes the horse race, we're on board, and those funds are not included in this amendment. So,
anyone else for their first time? 1 second. Representative Schmidt, are you moving towards the mic? That's a really good question, isn't it, guys? Okay. Anyone else for their first time? Say yes. Okay. Representative Schmidt, are you speaking up? Nope. Okay. Second time? Second time to the bringer? No? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're voting on third reading amendment number 95 to House Bill 1. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. It does pass. Moving on now to third reading amendment number 96 to House Bill number 1. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I respectfully request to withdraw Amendment 96 from third reading of House Bill number 1.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to third reading amendment number 97 to House Bill 1. Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Without objection, I withdraw third reading amendment number 97 to House Bill 1.
Hearing no objection, that one is withdrawn. Moving on to third reading amendment number 98 to House Bill number 1. Representative Baer. Chairman Baer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move third reading amendment number 98. Make sure I got the right one here. 98 to House Bill number 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something you've probably all read about and had a little bit of angst about it. This is the, I'm going to say this in a way that fits within our rules. This is the pool that has the hot boiling water that we as a state, the people of Wyoming, own. And we have a concessionaire, and there's been a great deal of difficulty resolving an issue of getting a new concessionaire and taking care of the old concessionaire. And we have an opportunity right here and now to solve the problem once and for all. So this has no new money. This was appropriated in 2021 to try to solve this problem. So you can imagine how long we've been working on this problem. And now we have the potential of getting a deal done where all parties can part ways, and this can stop showing up in your email. So with that, I'd ask for your aye vote. If you have questions, I'm here to answer.
Anyone for their first time? First time, second time? Back to the bringer.
Vote aye.
Okay. We are voting on third reading amendment number 98 to House Bill 1. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. One second. We're going to pause for a second. It is. It does. One second. We're going to check to see if we need a roll call this, even though the funds have already been appropriated. It's a roll call. Okay. So we're going to be doing a roll call vote on third reading amendment number 98 to House Bill 1. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Harrelson,
Aye.
Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp,
Excused.
Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, McCann,
Excused. Oh,
McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh,
okay. I'm going to do one thing.
Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Knapp excused 2. Further changes? Singh, no to aye. Further changes? Angelos? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 59 aye, 2 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you voted to accept third reading amendment number 98 to House Bill number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, and those still watching us at 5:35 on a Saturday evening, we've got this really, when I came into the legislature, we didn't have this screen that showed us that vote, that tally. It's really a cool new addition. Great shout out to our staff to make this reality. But you know, there's interesting. So how it works on my screen here is if someone's excused, they're blue. If they are an aye, they're green. If they're a no, they're red. And for a majority of our day, Representative Banks has been blue. And if you look, he's not blue anymore. And so welcome back. We're so glad you're okay.
Can I have a privilege, Mr. Pro Tem?
Absolutely.
Body,
don't want to get emotional, but thank you. Without moments delay, y'all ran to my side. I appreciate that. You know, sometimes we feel like we have to be Moses holding our arms up so Israel prevails. And sometimes we need people to hold our arms up for us when we get tired. And y'all held my arms up, and I appreciate that. And we're a good body of people, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
In the last about 90 hours that we spent this week in this room, sometimes you lose sight of why we're here. And we get excited and we kind of clash swords and throw some sparks. But in that moment, no one really cared what side we were on. And so, Representative Banks, welcome back. And thanks for showing us that really when it's all said and done, you're absolutely right. This is a family, and we fight, and we don't get along at times. And at the end of the day, we have to realize that we've all been placed here by a great state to do the will of the people and the best job we can. And so thanks for having each other's backs. And we'll have those moments where we'll clash swords again. I anticipate and expect that. But I do appreciate all that you guys are able to do. And just that reminder, and Representative Banks, we're glad you're back.
Next amendment for our Representative Sherwood.
Oh, no, I'm 99. Yeah.
99.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Thank you, Body. I move third reading amendment 99 and ask for your favorable consideration. Body, thank you. Thank you for that amazing display of how we take care of each other. I think that's like the best part of my day. So thank you. Thank you, Representative Banks. I also want to give a huge shout out to the representative from the Oil City who came to us with a really unique idea. She put a lot of thought into this. And as I was listening to her present it, and I struggled through those divisions, I had an aha moment. She and I were trying to do something similar, but her pathway is better, is much improved. So it just shows you that a good appropriator can always learn something new. So thank you. So this amendment, really quick, make sure you're looking at the corrected copy on the website, 99. So this amendment brings our hardworking employees to the 2024 pay table. It helps them to restore purchasing power that's been eroded through inflation. It also provides a one-time 13th paycheck to our retirees. All total, this is around 50,000 of our constituents who are going to benefit from this move. But the brilliant part of it is we're using state severance tax to pay for it. So in 2024, we had 7 times the amount of severance tax than what you see in this appropriation. So, Body, I ask for your eye on this amendment. It is a really great idea. It shows that when we work together, we can find compromise and good pathways forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time on the amendment? Seeing no one. Representative Knapp. First time on the amendment, sir.
For the same reasons as a previous amendment, I would ask that you vote no.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? Any others? Seeing none, second time, Representative Lean. Give you your shot. First
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Speaker. I would speak in favor of this amendment because the way it's funded, and thank you for adopting this into your amendment.
Any other members for their first time? None? Okay, we're back to the second time. Good? Okay. Waving us off. All right. Members, you're voting on the amendment number 99 of House Bill number 1, third reading. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin. Repeat. Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lolly, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasselberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Banks, no to I. Oh, Banks, no to conflict. Further changes. Stivar, no to I. Further changes. Worf, I to no. Further changes. Further changes. Riggins, no to I. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 31 aye, 29 no, 1 conflict, 1 excused.
Okay, representatives, you have chosen to adopt amendment number 99 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Okay, next for our consideration, number 100.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, sir. Representative Brown, get
I
out.
feel like we want to talk about employee compensation some more, but I don't want to. So I respectfully withdraw third House reading amendment, third reading, amendment number 100.
It's easy for you to say it.
Bill 1 is respectfully withdrawn.
Seeing no objection from the body, the amendment has been withdrawn. Thank you, Representative. Next amendment for our consideration, number 101, Representative Sherwood. If you so see fit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that was absolutely the best part of my day. Thank you, body. I respectfully withdraw Amendment 102. 101, wait, yeah, both 101 and 102. So you saved us a lot of time. Thank you.
Okay. Without objection for the bottom, amendments 101 and 102 have been withdrawn. Next for the body's consideration, amendment number 103. Representative Brown, please, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 103 and 104, I believe. Let me make sure before I jump up and say that. Yes, 104. And with that, Mr. Speaker, once I hear your gavel, I will move 105.
Without objection for the body, amendments number 103 and 104 have been withdrawn. No objection. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 105 to House Bill 1. And ladies and gentlemen, I have to say, been here for 10 years and I've watched one individual from the center part of the state that really does some unique stuff. And it apparently seems to wear off to other members of the center part of the state to find unique ways to solve problems. So make sure that you're not looking at your big book here. Rather than that, you need to be looking online at the corrected copy. The corrected copy of this amendment, ladies and gentlemen, what we just disposed of was two other amendments that were cost of living adjustments to our retirees. I started out with one that was at 8%. Then I went down to 5%. And this one here was kind of my last ditch effort at 3%. And so I went back to our good staff and I said, hey, I really like the idea of actually paying for what we're looking for. And I really like the idea of being able to do that in a 2-year cycle. What do we have to be able to do that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, what we're doing with this is the exact same thing, but we're taking all of the money out of general fund. And then once we receive those gains in and we have those distributions, it all goes back into the general fund. It's a wash. $200 million in this 2-year cycle will go in to pay for employee COLAs and will not affect the retirement account. I have tried every year I have been in this body to do a 13th check with no avail. Dropping the money into it like this and paying for it like this does not do just a one-time 13th check. This actually creates a substantiated and fully funded 3% COLA for all retirees. I'm going to say that again. It is completely funded, paid for, and sustains a 3% COLA for all retirees listed out inside of here. That includes your firefighters. That includes your EMTs. That includes your highway patrol. That includes your state employees, and that includes the public employees that work inside the schools that adopt this as well. Fully funded, unique approach, and I cannot say thank you enough to the representative who actually had the unique idea of funding something like this. I was just going to pull this out of the general fund and hope to goodness we could do it. This actually does it, ladies and gentlemen. Please, please, please send a message to our retirees that worked hard for our state, that have been on a fixed income for far too long. 3% doesn't even get them to where they need to be, but it's a show of good faith.
Representative Bear, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We already voted this down earlier, so I'd ask for your no vote. And lots of reason, lots of debate was given on this, so ask you to hold your course.
Any other members for the first time? No other members? Second time? Representative Brown.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not to belabor the point, but no, we did not vote this down. I never brought this amendment, never had a COLA in the second reading. We didn't have a COLA that was a fully funded COLA, and nor did we have it paid for in any way, shape, or form. This is going to continue. This is sustained. This takes care of these people as time goes on. This is not a 13th check. Please take care of our retirees.
Thank you, Representative. But members, you are voting on amendment number 105, first read, House Bill number 1, third reading. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Campbell Kevin excused to no. Further changes? Chestick, aye to no. Aye to conflict. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 25 aye, 35 no, 1 conflict, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to accept amendment number 105 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Next amendment for our consideration, 106. Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move third reading amendment number 106 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, handed out was a chart that looks like this. So if you want to reference that so I can explain to you what's going on. So with this amendment, in the previous biennium, we funded our communities at roughly 146 million through local government distributions. And this amendment puts a floor on that. So no matter what, our communities will receive 146 million this biennium while we have a surplus, and we can make the policy choice while we have a surplus to give our communities that 146 million. Now, if sales taxes are high and it passes that 146 million, then communities get more. But this is kind of a safeguard to the fluctuations going low for our communities, and making sure that they still get 146 million this biennium. So it's like 73 million every year. So while we have a surplus in our budget, I think that this is an appropriate amendment, so that way we can guarantee our communities get funding across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for the first time on amendment number 106? Any members? Seeing no one rushing to the microphones, Representative Larson, you want another bite at the apple?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since nobody wanted to debate that, I'll just call for the 12-4 ayes and noes.
Thank you, Representative. We need 2 seconds for that. And there we go. Are we good? Okay. You're voting on amendment number 106, first reading, first House Bill number 1, third reading amendment number 106. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Alamand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 35 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt amendment number 106 to House Bill 1, third reading. Next amendment for our consideration will be House Bill number 1 will be amendment number 3107, number 107. Representative Lean, Locke or Smith?
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move third reading amendment 107 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Last year, this body directed our good executive that oversees our finances to make sure that we were diversifying our portfolio to include gold and silver. That was done and accomplished, and we're back today, and I don't know if you followed the markets in the last year, to ask that we require some ounces to be held. In a good conversation that I did have with the chief executive that oversees our finances, he did ask for one provision, and that was included in here, and that is on lines 15 and 16, where it says that they could use some of this money to pay for the storage fees. As you move through this amendment, you'll see that it asks for 3,000 ounces of gold, 100,000 ounces of silver, and that the state shall not liquidate it without legislative authorization. Gold is the second most recognized global reserve currency in the world. It's over 900 billion in transactions in the US alone in 2025. It could be used as gold in the US Treasury's Wyoming stable token. We could be the first in the US to back up a digital asset with a physical asset such as gold and silver. A couple of key points, just to sway you this way, is the US government has officially added silver to its critical minerals list. And this is important because it becomes even more strategic when it comes to our national defense. The supply chains are currently being hindered, and so we want to get on top of this and make sure that we have adequate storage for our state to back up our savings accounts. In short, governments are increasingly treating silver as a strategic industrial and national security metal, not just a commodity. When combined with trade measures that affect industrial metals broadly. The U.S. administration announced $12 billion in strategic mineral stockpiles program. It intended to accumulate key metals and reduce supply vulnerabilities. With that, I ask for your aye vote.
Anyone for their first time? First time, Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So ladies and gentlemen, I would respectfully ask that you vote down this amendment. So honestly, look at us in this chamber. We are not investment experts. Even with the current rise of gold and silver, they are still some of the worst long-term investments you can possibly make. And particularly, when's the last time you wanted to buy gold when it's the absolute highest it's ever been? That's not how you make money. And then it says, under this amendment, that we can't sell it unless you get legislative approval. So that means we all have to be experts and we all have to agree on it to sell it when it's time to sell. We've got the best, some of the best and brightest investors in the world working in our state treasurer's office. Please don't do this. This is not good investment. It's an emotional, kind of a heartwarming thing, but it is not in the best interest of our state. And it's certainly not in the best interest of raising money and investing our monies.
Representative or Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. If the bringer could answer some questions, I did a little quick public school math, and based off of the not less than, and then multiply that by the current price of these metals, it brought me to about $39 million. So either my math was wrong, which is possible, maybe likely, or I don't have the cost per ounce right. So I see the appropriation, I believe, is 22 million, but I came out with the price of 39 million at today's price. So if you could just clear that up, that'd be great.
Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and I'm on and for this amendment. There's lots of things moving in this world right now that I think makes this a good investment. I realize that the concept is, oh, hey, we've got the dollar and we're good to go. But this is a hedge for that because, as many of you know, there's been a fairly significant amount of quantitative easing and other things like that in recent history. And so having something behind that, and that's been a lot of the, you've seen a lot of the fluctuation in this market with silver and gold shooting up. It's come down a little bit, but there's companies putting this on their, on their books. There's big banks right now investing in this, understanding that the actual metal is of significance to protect them from variations in the market. The bringer of the amendment basically brought up the important point that in October, I think it was early November actually, of last year, the United States put silver on its strategic metals list. It has been communicated out there in the news in very recent history that the Department of Defense is starting to put anywhere from around $2.5 billion in preparation because they need silver and they need other things for bombs. These are things that are driving these prices. And although there's a lot of volatility in the market based on silver on paper and silver and gold out there, these are the kinds of things I think would be healthy for our state to have as a hedge and a protection for these types of things. So I'm a big fan of this. I'm all in favor, and I ask for your aye vote. And I'd ask you to take a look at the market and what's going on out there. One of the things that was not mentioned, there's large countries out there that have already restricted exports. One of the biggest countries in the world for processing silver, they are now limiting export of silver. You're seeing shortages of some of these metals in some of our vaults and things like that. So this is, again, I think some of the previous speakers, they're right. This has always been one of those things. It's a long-term bet. It's a long-term hedge for the dollar. But at the end of the day, it's a protection I think it's worth having from a diversification perspective. And again, we ask for your aye vote.
I think it would actually be Chairman Brown would be our next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Just actually a question on the mechanics. I don't disagree. I don't necessarily like us buying it at an all-time high. I think that seems kind of silly, but we're also hedging on the fact that we think that we're going to get, $7,000 to $10,000 per ounce and we'll be making money on it. But my biggest question lies in the language of until legislative authorization. Does that mean we write a law? It has to pass both bodies and then the chief executive downstairs has to sign off on that? And then the other thing is this is going into a 2-year budget, which is, again, I've talked about this multiple times. This goes into session law, which only lasts for 2 years. So after the end of 2 years, this no longer has any bearing on whether or not we have legislative approval to sell it. So if I can get those 2 questions answered, I might be a little more willing to possibly vote for it.
Representative Clouston for your first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Just a question as well. What kind of costs are associated with this? So I'm wondering, what does it cost us to store this for the security? And then are there insurance costs to have it? Thank you.
Representative Thayer for your first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So thank you to the bringer of this bill. And this is going to be a very broad question, but it's something that immediately, again, going back to my constituents. So we would be taking 22 million out of the LSRA account, and we would not be producing any interest. So that would be a loss of interest for 2 years. So when I go back to my constituents and explain this, and say, how much did we lose? Because again, like a good speaker before me said, this is only for 2 years. So if you could let me know what I could explain to my constituents. Thank you.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative Conley for your first time.
Thank you. I just had a question about how did was it determined for the 22 million and say not 10 or something like that? Just a question. Thank you.
Representative Davis for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the intriguing part about this is to back the stable token, which is backed by bonds now. So this could actually change that ratio across there. And I guess that's my question. How does that fit in there?
Anyone else for their first time? First time, second time. Second time, Chairman Byron.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I ought to get better at math. I was pretty off, and that's that public school stuff. Looks like the current value as proposed in this amendment is around 23.7 million. The appropriation is for 22 million. My issue with this is it says not less than 3,000 ounces of gold and not less than 100 ounces of silver. So, and it's effective immediately. So if things really go well, somehow in the next few weeks, and the chief executive downstairs signs a budget, if a miracle happens, these could already have inflated and gone up in price. And then all of a sudden we have an appropriation that could be a couple $1 million under what it requires in this amendment. Not less than. So they're only going to have, and you add in there, you know, some of this cost will go to storage and acquisition and all the security and the insurance. So I'm just really worried about handcuffing anyone that could be responsible for this because of the appropriation can't match the current amount of ounces we need. And if it doesn't go well in the next few weeks and we come back midsummer, it could be a lot worse, could be a lot better. So I just think there's glaring issues with how this actual amendment is written. I'm not arguing the policy. I'm arguing the actual mechanics of how it can't work, and probably why I'm going to be a no vote.
Anyone else for their second time? Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And it was brought up, how might this apply to our new stable coin and things like that. There are actually some people looking at backing digital currency with metal as well, not just organizations within this country, but in major countries are looking at that as well. That being said, yeah, there is this potential discrepancy, and thank you to the previous speaker for talking about right now. I think when this was probably written, silver was a little bit cheaper, probably a few dollars, and both gold and silver were down a little bit. They've come back up a little tiny bit, so that 22 million is a little bit over that. That being said, the intent was to get a legitimate baseline, and that was the goal. One of the things we did last time when we did this investment, we approved this a year ago. And by the time we bought the metal, the gold that was purchased was much higher than it was planned. When we first started talking about this 2 years ago, everybody says this is a terrible investment. When we first started talking about this 2 years ago, gold was at about $1,800, just a little bit less. Silver was at maybe low 20s. You know, now you're looking at silver's been anywhere from up to $120. Again, it's fluctuating. Yes, it's volatile. and gold now is up over $5,000 an ounce. That being said, if that's something we'd bought 2 years ago, you can imagine how well that investment would have worked for you. Again, I would still argue metal for a country, for these countries that are pushing it, it is a hedge. There's no question for their currency. There's no doubt about it. But at the end of the day, there is a reason this country backed its paper currency, and I'm going to say that term very loosely. There's a reason we backed it with gold for a very long time, because at the end of the day, anybody who thinks a dollar is actual money, and it's not, it's a debt note. And everybody's got to understand that's what it is. This is a currency. These are both currencies that have survived thousands of years and continue to be an important piece of people's investment. So I ask for your consideration for this. I think this diversification is healthy for us long term. You've all seen the instability. 2 years ago, most of the people in this room, right after we got out of this session, and we watched 3 banks collapse. And if you get into the ins and outs of that in significant ways, massive impacts that the FDIC in the back room released, talking about bail-ins and other things like that. This is an opportunity for us. At that time, there were companies putting gold and silver on their books. If you look at how much the big banks, how much hard silver big banks have bought in the last 5 or 6 months, they have made massive investments. Many of these banks were shorting silver 6, 8 months ago. Now they've bought hard silver. That's not by accident. And so I think it would be wise for us to consider this diversification. Again, I ask for your aye vote. I think it's a good move. Thank you.
Anyone else for their second time? Representative Clouston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Just a question to the bringer. Is our investment team prohibited now from buying gold and silver? If they think it's a good investment, can they do it themselves? Thank you.
Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the answer to that question is no, although, so just to go back a little bit, so I've chaired appropriations for 8 years and sat on it for 4 years before that. And almost every year, someone wanted to, were recommending to buy into gold and or silver. So we would have the annual Treasurers Conference. Every single expert that testified in all those 12 years did not, every one of them said, do not invest in gold bullion. It's just not a good investment. So then the question is, the suggestion is it's a hedge. Well, a hedge against what? Not only that, but here we're saying we can't dispose of it until the legislature says so. So all of us get to be our investment advisors for the state of Wyoming. And I would just respectfully say that we're not qualified to do it. We really aren't. And so why would you insert your opinions over the best of the best? That just doesn't make sense to me. So I'm against.
Anyone else for their second time? Second time, back to the bringer. Representative Ling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Just to answer a few of the questions, what does this cost? Last year on our investments, it cost 0.07% to store. That's our insurance, our safety, our security, and storage fees. That's $7,000 a year. So it's a very nominal fee to make sure that we're taking care of our physical assets. Legislative authorization to be able to sell this. As you can see, we've got the budget sessions where you'd be able to give direction, particularly in the 300 section, if not other places. You could always bring a piece of legislation or authorize it to give them the authority, to give the good investors the authority to, per rule, if you really wanted to. There's some flexibility there. It's not set in stone. So there's storage insurance may also be covered by this appropriation. There's 1.5 billion in the LISRA or the LSRA, so there'd be a very nominal loss for as far as investments on the investment income. the good chairman from Revenue addressed the stable token portion. There's nothing stopping the treasurer's office from being able to purchase gold now. This just gives a legislative directive saying it be done. And just to follow up with you, there are countries that are currently dropping our treasury notes. And so this gives us the opportunity to make sure that as that fiat money continues to go down in value, that we be able to take care of our investments that we have built up in this state. And so that's what we're hedging against. On and for the amendment, and I hope that you'll support us.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are voting on third reading amendment 107 to House Bill 1. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 14 aye, 47 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to accept the third reading amendment number 107 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration. Number 8, 108. Williams or Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
I move third reading amendment 108 to House Bill number 1, Wyoming Generational Investment Account. And my inspiration for this amendment is I hate it. I hate the idea of an income tax. And I'm very grateful for the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund that has allowed us to not have to have that conversation. And I'd like to extend that opportunity to my grandkids, your grandkids. And we know how to do that for the first time ever. Our investments are our largest revenue stream, the interest off our investments. And so I just would like to double down on that strategy of deliberate, disciplined investment. And we just heard about having this in the budget and how this would, we will have to revisit this. I understand that if we have this type of bill in the budget, but this is a step in the right direction, the first step. And so I can sense your enthusiasm, and so I'll try to keep it short so some of you can speak also to this. But we know quickly in the bill, it's not doing anything out of the ordinary. 85% private equity, 15% private credit, not unlike other investments we have. And on section C, line 4 on page 2, section C there, reading from the end of that paragraph backwards, it would come out of the LSRA after all transfers and appropriations were paid. If the LSRA was over $1 billion, we could withdraw up to 100 million. And we all know how that works. If we put it in an account and leave it alone, compound interest, the eighth wonder of the world. That, you think about the rule of 72 and that we all know. And if you take the interest rate, whatever you're getting and divide that into 72, that gives you the amount of years it takes to double your investment. And it's amazing, really. If your interest rate 6%, takes 12 years to double your money. And so if we put 100 million in this account just once, at 10%, the way, adjust that realistically in your mind, you figure it, but at 10% in 20 years, that's 672 million, 20 years. If we can leave that, if we have the discipline to leave that alone for 25 years, that's over $1 billion, almost $1.1 billion. And 30 years, if we could leave that alone, that'd be $1.7 billion. And so I know it'd take some discipline, and especially now without a constitutional amendment, it might be a little hard for us to keep our hands off that. But I think this is a step in the right direction. If we made up our collective mind to do this for upcoming generations, I think they would look kindly on us, just like we've looked kindly on those that did this for us. And so I appreciate your consideration.
Members, first time, Harshman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, you folks on CapFin have talked about it. We've been talking about it and talking about it. And the number 3 elected official, I think he's 3 after Governor, Secretary of State, Treasurer, really is a proponent of this. And so we'd like to get this thing started. And it's like the good sponsor said, the rule of 72, take your return, 72 divided by your return, it'll give you the years. And when you put this thing locked away where you don't have to pull it out and invest for total return, you'll double this every 7 years. So in 7 years, this 100 million will be 200 million. Right? And then it'll be 400 million. It's just like our Ben Franklin here. And so it'd be good just to get this thing kind of kicked off the ground and get a trial run going with this. And then the 69th, the 70th, and the 71st, if they want to continue that. And, but if we don't start, we never start. And I know we've been studying, talking about it forever. So appreciate you bringing the idea. And I think it's really an idea worth supporting, to have our money make money for us. It's a beautiful thing. So we're really blessed. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other members for the first time? First time on the amendment. Amendment number 108. Seeing no other members, back to the bringer. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your attention to this very important matter, and look forward to this amendment passing. Thank you very much.
Members, you're voting on third reading amendment number 108 to House Bill number 1. There is no reason for a roll call, so it's a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. I would say that it has failed. Amendment has not been adopted. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill number 109. Representative Harshman, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move. I was just looking in that last amendment, Mr. Speaker, for the word appropriation, but it was transfer. Thank you for your clarification. Third reading amendment number 109, House Bill 1. This is a program we have in statute. If you'll look on your amendment, line 4, it says Hathaway Expand Wyoming Scholarship. So I don't know if I can say the state, but you think about the great Northwest, right? The Northwest Ordinance, just after we won our independence, and then 5 states came out of that. One of the Big Lake, they're home of the Wolverines and the Spartans. You with me on that? You got a view of that deal? Okay, the Spartans had this scholarship called the Star. And they would go get 2 of the best kids they could get from states and bring them to their university. Well, over my years teaching, there were several kids from the school I worked at received this scholarship, and it's a merit scholarship. And guess where they live today? Lansing, Michigan. They're still there. And it's that whole thing of, you meet somebody, you fall in love, you get a job, and you stay there. And so the idea behind this, and the legislature passed this, I think in 18 or 19 members, was to take our 6 border states, and if we could get this started, just try to get the 2 top kids we can get. I mean, some of them might go here, we might be down, but get the top kids we could get and bring them to the University of Wyoming, and then put a work requirement that they got to stay here for 3 years and work, or they got to pay it back. And that's in the statute. So this proposes to take $2.5 million, set it aside until it's matched on a 1-to-2 match. So we got to get $5 million of private money to match this 2.5 to kick this thing off. And we've got 6, neighboring states. So it'd be 12 kids a year, and then that cohort would start building and try to import some of those kids here and fall in love with Wyoming and stay here and raise their families and keep growing our state. So that's the idea behind the program, and it is a 1-to-2 match. So stand for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any members first time on the amendment? Representative Lloyd Larson, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you probably know, this is not the first time we've seen this attempt to secure funds for this particular program. I would just share with you that in my community, about every 2 years, we have one of our brightest kids receive this, was referenced as the Star Scholarship, takes them that direction is where the Spartans are at, and we've never seen them again. They stay back there, and they live along those big lakes and stay, and it works. And I think that this is really worth a try to recruit, because we could say, well, let's try it and see if it works. Well, that's already been proven. We're losing our people to them. So I think that this is really worth a try.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? First time? Okay, back to the bringer then. Okay, he's waving us off. Members, you're voting on amendment number 109 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Element. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams. I'm sorry, repeat. Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Campbell, Kevin, I two. No, further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 12 aye, 49 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to accept amendment number 109 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Next for our consideration will be House Bill number 100, or House Bill 1, amendment number 110. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move third reading amendment number 110 to House Bill 1. And these amendments, the 300 series are really they're the best. That's how we really can do some policy and change the state. But what this amendment is really, it's recalibration. So our recalibration is in our session law, and this goes in and uses the consultant's recommendations and does this. So if you're on page 1 of the amendment, the first paragraphs, line 8 through 16, are the ECA recommended by the consultant, okay? And then that amends the session laws. And then as you flip over to page 2 of the amendment, as you look at pupil support, and it goes down to line 21, the consultant recommends these guidance counselors in our elementary schools as well. Okay, so that's in there. And then nurses, on lines 25 through 30, this is the consultant's recommendation for the prototypical model for our nurses. And then that amends attachment A. So flipping over to page 3 of the amendment, at the top of page 3, line 4, are the consultant's recommendations for technology and equipment. And then finally, 2 other big ones, and I think the committee talked about maybe studying it for another year, but really was this food service and resource officers, because we got food service during the original design of the model was supposed to be self-sufficient. Supposed to, enterprise account pay for itself. And we found out that doesn't work. And so schools are having to take from the general fund to support school lunches. So they looked at that. And then the second, and that is paragraph E and F talks about that. And instead of trying to solve that problem, puts us in an account with the state superintendent with some parameters, how that will be distributed. And then resource officers are on paragraph G on line 37, page 3, and then resource officers carry over to the end of the amendment on page 4. So what this will do will end the lawyer fee bill. I think this will end the lawsuit, addresses all those things. And I think, that bill, how that bill will turn out, and if the bill dies, we'll just stay with this current session law and the lawsuit will continue. But, you know, we've been in really pretty good shape since like 2008. And I wasn't on the 05 recalibration because we went from a different model to the consultant's model, this evidence-based model in 05. I served on the 10, the 15. We did a special 17 when we were broke, did a different non-evidence-based, and then 20. And all that time, see, we started, think Jonah gas, coal boom, all that stuff. We had the consultant's model here, and here's where our legislative model was. I mean, 20 years ago, we were spending 100 million more than the consultants. And so as natural gas kind of crashed 2009, 10, coal, and then we just started slipping, and then we got behind. And then another lawsuit comes. And so we're going to lose our jurisdiction as the legislature over this unless we act. And hopefully that bill makes it over here. If it doesn't make it, I think we can solve this actually in the budget as well, amending session law. So I'd be happy to visit about this and answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for the first time? Representative Heiner, Majority Leader, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a process, we have a bill that was put together with our consultants, 80, 90 pages. Somehow that got condensed down to 3.5 pages. And that's supposed to hold up in court. I'm struggling to see how that's going to work, where a consultant has taken all of that and put it into 90 pages, and now all of a sudden it's just 4 pages. Even the ruling from the district court was 100 and some odd pages. And now all we have is some excerpts. Trust the process. The bill is on its way over here. It has been amended tremendously over there. Let's work it as a group between the two bodies. Let's not put it in a budget bill that lasts for 2 years only. Remember, a budget only lasts for 2 years. We need a bill that will recalibrate for 5 years, because the next recalibration is scheduled for 5 years out.
Any other representative for first time? Representative Clouston, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Couple of comments. I really do want to trust the process in the bill that's coming over. That is truly my hope. I do appreciate the bringer bringing this. It takes out some of the things that I had issues with, the mandatory health insurance and some of the other issues. So I think this solves some problems if the other bill doesn't go through. At least we have something that we can work with and not just continue with what we have now. So, yeah, thank you for bringing another to us.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the first time? Representative Yin, for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, members. So this is basically editing our status quo. If we do the recal bill is basically removing all of our current model, which our current model is kind of a hodgepodge of a bunch of session laws and these attachments and et cetera that has kind of added up all the years. And so this adds to that as well, putting things into the current model that, you know, were brought up in the court case. I kind of see it as a second horse in the race. If for some reason the recal bill fails, I think it would be super important to have this. I think that if we do pass this in the recal bill, if we do hear it, we're going to have to put a little clause in there that says the recal bill takes precedence over what got put in the budget, just so we make it clear which horse is the winning horse if both horses somehow make it to the chief executive's desk.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the first time? On House Bill 1 or House Amendment number 110, House Bill number 1. Nobody? All right. Anybody else for the second time? I've got Heiner and I've got Clouston. Nobody? All right. Representative Harrison, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just, you know, there were a couple amendments. I think one another one in here on this. The good majority floor leader, how can a 30-page bill be 3.5 pages? Because we're just amending current statute, session law. That's why the bill that was brought out of recal changed the model significantly. That's why there was a lot of language in it. This really doesn't change the model, funds it. And in a few spots that we already have guidance counselors, we already have nurses. It just changed that with a couple words to do the consultant's recommendations along with technology. The two new ones that you saw that were wordy in there were nurses, or excuse me, resource officers and food programs. And those we kind of turn over to the state superintendent to make the rules with a little bit of guidance in this as well. So it's really a pretty easy process as far as that. We just continue on with our current funding model. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, members, you're voting on amendment number 110 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT,
Excused.
Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Chestick, no to aye. Thayer, aye to no. Larson JT, excuse to. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 14 aye, 47 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt third reading amendment number 110 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration would be number 111.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move third reading amendment number 111, third time's a charm. This is really a good one brought to us by our local communities. And if you'll open up the amendment over to page 2, I just want to show you why this is here. And this wasn't my idea, and I certainly didn't write this thing. This was really a meeting we had, not in the town I live, but I drive by it every day. Can I say it? I don't know. But I got a, and it's I did move it, but it's the town of Mills, I'll just say it. Okay, and we met with other small towns, and here's the problem on page 2 that we're trying to fix. So if you look on line 17, these are the purposes of this loan program. And this is pre-development and pre-application costs. A lot of these small towns and water systems can't even afford to get started because they can't pay to even get the planning going. And we've been very generous, you know. The biggest local water project we've ever done is Gillette. I mean, that thing was huge. You know, years ago, $150 million, a huge amount. So we've been able to help on our communities. But the next one is planning and technical assistance. A lot of these little tiny towns Just don't have that. To provide local matching funds to maybe get in the federal revolving wastewater, clean water fund, and then repayment of some of these. And then the other one I think is really important. Number 5, the cost of joining a regional water system or regional wastewater. And, you know, you go to a state east of us, I think they have 2 water systems for the whole state. I don't know, we got like 200 and some, 300. It's an incredible thing. And they've studied this for years in Wyoming, long before any of us were here. But so these were the problems that were brought to us. It was a group of senators and representatives. There's probably 15 of us there at the time. And so we thought, okay, how do we solve this? And we worked with them and came forward with this. So this would be basically a public purpose investment program, a low interest loan program administered by our SLIB board, our state loan and investment board, the 5 electeds. If you flip over to page 3, members, at the bottom, a K on line 39, it talks about 100 million can be borrowed from the LSRA. And then on page 4, how it's paid back. And that percent is a very low percentage rate on that. And then there's some other parts I won't, you know, Mr. Speaker, about, you know, we're charging the right rates. Are we doing, you know, is all the maintenance stuff, those kind of things being done. So there's some parameters to that was brought to us. It's certainly not a thing that we're experts in, but us group of legislators decided to bring this forward. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Any representative for their first time on the amendment, amendment number 111? Representative Fornstrom, first time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just curious about the conventional water development process and how that might differ from what you're talking about.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time? Seeing no others. Okay, back to the bringer, Representative Harshman.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you for that question. And this would only augment that. And so, and also the federal revolving program and wastewater and clean water. And again, really the issues that were brought to us were back on page 2, this pre-development and getting ready costs. A lot of small towns can't do it. And then the planning and technical assistance. And I think of my hometown, Midwest Wyoming, when I was a kid there, you know, it was the Tri-Cities, Midwest, Edgerton, Lynch, had a newspaper, had 2,500 people living in that area or more. You know, there were well over 15, 20,000 years for that, but there's like 125 in Midwest now. Same water system, same number of hookups, a lot less people to pay those rates. And so it's really all of our small towns that have, so that's what we're trying to kind of fill this niche that to help these small towns out. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Body, you are voting on third reading amendment number 111, House Bill number 1. Oh, this is budget affected. Yeah. Number 111. This just a voice? Okay, yeah. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. I do believe the amendment has not been adopted. Next we have is number 112. Representative Williams or Harshman.
Thank
Please
you, Mr.
proceed.
Speaker. I respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 112 to House Bill 1.
Without objection from the body, amendment has been withdrawn. Next amendment is 113.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move third reading amendment 113. I appreciate the speaker before me withdrawing his amendment because mine's much simpler. So consider this a public service announcement. Folks, we talk a lot about housing in this body and what the appropriate role of government is in supporting housing. This amendment is language from last year's budget bill carried forward. Bless you. So what it does is provide our local municipalities and our tribes funding to support the development of water, sewer, and utilities when it unlocks opportunity to create housing in a community. So this grant application just closed in January. They had 22 applications totaling $64 million, but we'd only allocated 5. So I would see there's a gap between what is needed and what we have allocated, that average request being $2.9 million. So body, if you should so consider, this is again, continuing an existing program running through the office OSLI to administer to local government and tribes to support publicly owned infrastructure. If you vote aye, we can get another 3 to 4 projects done in our communities. Thank you.
Any other members for their first time on the amendment? Amendment number 113, Representative Thayer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is clear evidence that we have a statewide housing shortage. 90% of our communities report shortages, and state housing needs from the WCDA are also showing that. So I want to talk about what is government's job in housing. This is not a governmental housing program. It's an infrastructure tool that will enable private sectors to build. It's addressing our problem of preventing employers and recruitment. It's also addressing workforce housing needs. What I'm hearing is we can't recruit teachers, some of our legacy industries because of the housing deficit. If we want to grow without expanding government long-term, we need to remove some of these barriers. We need a structured program, and we already have that in place. Doing nothing is also a policy choice, and it risks losing workers, businesses, and revenues to other states. Vote aye on this amendment, please.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time? First time? Seeing none? Okay. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, body. And I did send you guys an email with the list of the communities who have applied from the Oil City, the Jackalope City, from the community where Wyoming's most famous war took place. I'm really excited to see that where our nuclear industry is taking off on the other side of the state also applied for workforce housing. Anyway, public service announcement, more of a way to educate the body on what's going on. If you so consider this, public infrastructure to support housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sherwood. Body, you're voting on amendment number 113 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Filer, aye to no. Bornstrom, aye to no. Erickson, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 20 aye, 41 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt House Bill number 1, third reading amendment number 113. Next amendment for our consideration, number 114, Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move 114 to House Bill 1. Thank you. Members, this was a problem brought to several of us legislators and on both ends of the chamber. So we're responding to a constituent ask from the state association. And I'm not in this world, but you guys who are in the ag world know this probably, but the rural vet, the rural large animal vet, there's a real shortage of kids going into that. And we have a WICHE program, Western Intercollegiate or Western Interstate Higher Ed Exchange. And we require every one of those kids to come back and work because we pay about half their tuition for programs we don't have. We don't have a vet school in Wyoming. But if you go to, we don't have an eye doctor school, but if you go become an optometrist, you have to come back. All those professions, you have to come back except for veterinarians. I don't know why there's that exception in the law. And, but just so you all know that, but part of our problem, we don't have enough of these young people coming back and doing this. So the ask was much like we did with doctors in last year's budget. We purchased basically 5 slots for a neighboring state's medical school. The ask from our state veterinarian association was, and it lists a university in there that's kind of the leader in this, but it doesn't say it has to go there, but to really purchase 5 slots for that 2027 class, it's too late for 2026, and then have a work requirement where they have to come back and practice in our local communities, set up a business, help our ag community thrive, because it's just so important. And so anyway, that's why we bring it. I withdrew it on second. We were getting pretty late, but this is our last chance and an important thing. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any members? Representative Washut for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I met with these veterinarian group, I was really shocked at how significant the shortage is already and what the projections are for a population of large animal and meat veterinarians in the coming years. There's a shortage of government veterinarians as well, who do the livestock work at some of our meat processing and those sorts of things. It's a huge problem, and it's not going to get any better. We thought after we talked to them that we would attempt to do something this year. Probably more work yet to be done. But we also did a Zoom call with these people that run this program out of the university that's mentioned in the bill or in the motion amendment. What time is it? Man, yeah, in the amendment. And they have a really well-developed program. And it's largely full, but they offered to take some Wyoming students. And so this is a great opportunity. I think time is of the essence. I don't know that those slots will continue to be available if another state were to step up and lay claim to them before we do. So I just ask you to support this amendment to the budget bill, and let's see if we can do some good things for those people who are in desperate need of veterinarians. And I'll add one more thing, that while a lot of veterinarian schools are seeing increases in enrollment, most of those new veterinarians are going into the small animal world. Apparently it's really lucrative, and nobody calls you at 3 o'clock in the morning, and you don't get your arm wore out over the weekend.
Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the presenter of the bill or the sponsor of the amendment brought up probably a more efficient and easier correction, and that's just make those that are participating in WICHE come back to Wyoming and practice. And I think we could do that pretty easily. And then we wouldn't have to, it'd be much cheaper.
Representative Davis, first time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a great idea. What's holding back our industry overall in the state is veterinarians. You know, for large animals, we're talking about the meat and everything else that we want to keep going on down and expanding to. Without these guys, we can't get there. So I think this would be a really good thing to try, you know, plus it keeps them at home.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to reiterate what the good former appropriator said, that we have a current program, but veterinary is the only one of those programs that is not required to come back here. So that's not fair to our other students that go through that program. Can I say which program? They go through that and they're required to come back here and to give their time. But the veterinarians are not. They're given money and they can go elsewhere. So I think we need to fix that first before we expand another program. We have a program. We just need, it has a carve out for veterinarians and they don't have to come back to the state. So I would encourage us to fix that first instead of creating a new program. And I agree, it'll be a lot cheaper. On and against.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the first time? Seeing none, second time, Representative Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The big problem with the existing program, aside from them not coming back to Wyoming, is that the graduates are going into small animal care. This program that's mentioned in the amendment is a program that turns out the types of veterinarians that we need in rural Wyoming, the large animal meat product veterinarians. So even if we were to require all of our graduating veterinarians to come back to Wyoming, we wouldn't be filling this particular need.
Representative Larson Lloyd for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that's a good point. Maybe we could put that as one of the conditions of funding their WICHE program, is that they have to enter into large animal practice.
Any other members for their second time? I've got Davis and Angelos. None? All right, Representative Harshman. He is back in the bullpen. Representative Harshman, if you'd like to come and close out on this. Members, you're voting on third reading amendment number 1, or number 114 to House Bill number 1. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Alamand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Hornstrom, Geringer, repeat, Gugemas, Haraldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Pendergraft? Closing vote. Vote closed. 20 aye, 41 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to adopt third reading amendment number 100 and, I even forgot now. 114. Next amendment for our consideration, number 115.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Speaker.
Harshman.
Move third reading amendment number 115. Members, I won't even, this is an amendment that you all overwhelmingly approved in last year's budget. It's the same amendment. And then the budget died last year. And this is really just for our Veterans Museum, our state Veterans Museum. We've done a little work and fixed a leaking roof, but this would be a committee the speaker to appoint, go in there and start getting a plan where we can really display more of our artifacts. Most of them are in storage. And we have them from every town and every county in Wyoming. And again, we approved this last year. The money comes from the tourism project account. And it's a small amount just so folks can get together right now. And then, well, there is some more money, obviously, to get the thing going once we decide how we're going to do it. So there is a couple appropriations. And I'd stand for any questions. Appreciate your support last year and appreciate it again this year. Thank you.
Members, or anybody would like to speak on the House Amendment number 115 to House Bill number 1? Nobody? Okay, question. Chief Clerk, call the roll. 115.
Sorry, Elmand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Klauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Harrelson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 10 aye, 51 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to accept amendment number 115 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Next amendment for your consideration will be House Bill number 1, amendment number 116. Representative Bear, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill number 1, third reading number 116, and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a pretty simple one. We're authorizing $100,000 to the department that goes out and audits our other departments, and we're asking them to give a forensic audit to the Wyoming Business Council. And I mentioned earlier, we're going to be taking this in as an interim topic, and we just want to know everything that's happened since 2025. And we're going to try to have this audit done by July 1st. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration of forensic audit on the Wyoming Business Council.
Any member for their first time on House Amendment number 116? Okay, seeing no one? All right, Representative Bear, you want to go back? Are we good? Okay, Members, you're voting on amendment number 116 to House Bill number 1, third reading.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmass, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lolly, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Pendergraft, confirm. Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Larson JT, no to I. Heiner, no to I. Lean, no to I. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 54 aye, 7 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen to adopt third reading amendment number 116 to House Bill number 1. Next amendment for our consideration, number 117, Representative Harshman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw 117.
Nay, easy, settle down. Don't get out there too crazy. Seeing no objection from the body, the amendment has been withdrawn. Next amendment for your consideration will be number 118.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is, I'm going to try to say it without, there is a corrected copy. If you would open that up, and I would move, Mr. Speaker, third reading amendment number 118. Save the best till near the last.
Corrected copy.
Okay, if you can get this handout that I gave you. This little deal I drew a couple hours ago. Now, I just want to, and I know the hour's late and everybody's tired and our brains, we're shutting down and but if we can, right here at the top, if the reserve account reaches a 7X, it tips over into the permanent trust fund. And we haven't tipped for a while because we've been trying to fill this thing. But would like to set up a scenario that if we tip, before we tip into the permanent fund, could we fill it, add a little bit to these other accounts? And the whole idea of these, and just think of the Department of Tourism, they used to be 35 million a biennium. And we'd have 5 million for a project here, for the Welcome Center at Cheyenne, for the Welcome Center up in Crook County. And so once we got this thing started, they're off the books now. They're not on the general fund and they're not coming to us for projects. Actually, we're taking money out of their account for the projects we want to spend, which is great. And the whole idea, I think, is to do that with more of our projects that we have out there. So if you flip to the second page, members, if we tip over to the permanent fund, so we do that arrow to the top, if we somehow have a great year and it somehow tips, Up to 100 million would go in these percentages to our statutory trust funds. You see the first one there? It's a 988 system. The next one is the Wyoming Cultural Trust Fund. Like to get that thing and we don't have to, there's no appropriations, then 5% to the Military Assistance Trust Fund. This came into play after 9/11, and when we have Guard members deployed, we help their families. Need to grow that a little bit. And then the State Fair Endowment we created years ago. Put a little money into that. Then that thing gets off the books and it can be self-sufficient. And then the Outdoor Rec and Tourism Trust account, as well as the Natural Resource Trust account. And then finally, Wyoming Public Television. And that's why this is a corrected copy. And let's just get it off the books. We already have a trust account there with about 5 million in it. And let's add a little bit to it. And then it'll still go through the appropriations process, but it's not going to be generally funded. And these funds are all invested with the Permanent Middle Trust Fund, with the Common School account by our SLIB board. And it's in that same big pot. It's just an accounting deal, and it'll be invested for total rate of return. And so that's the idea and we've done this over the years, different ways to maybe add some money to this if we encounter some really good times and to kind of spread that. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Representative. Members, anyone on the House Bill Amendment number 118, first time? Seeing no one? So it's just a voice vote is all it is. Yeah, it's a transfer, yeah. Okay, well, the bringer has waved us off. So ladies and gentlemen, this is just a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. You have chosen not to adopt third reading amendment number 118 to House Bill number 1. Okay, next one we got. Did he call division? Division being called? Division. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, you may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and stand still. Okay, that amendment has not been adopted, 24 to 33. All right, next for our consideration, amendment number 119, Representative Baer, please. Or let's see, 18.
Mr. Speaker, I believe it's 121.
Oh, that's right. 119 is what we just voted on. I'm sorry. Get up here. 120. Huh? 119.
No, Mr. Speaker, 121, 121. 120 was cleared earlier,
Oh, that's right. We did
and we
120.
just cleared 119.
This is Erickson, Davis, and Reagan's 119. Yeah, 119. I just wrote the numbers on the wrong one here, so that threw me off. 119. Representative Erickson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move at this time Amendment 119 to House Bill 1. And I'd like to introduce that to you. This has been a long day, I know, for everyone, but if you'd hear me out on this, it's a tested system to come up with digital permitting for towns and cities. It would be 1.5 million to the OSLI. And the state land would use the application process for the cities and towns. And it has great potential as it's being tried out in some of the high cities on the western side of the state. And so far, the technology is proving to be very valuable for adding transparency to the permitting process. So I would urge a do pass.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time? Amendment number 119, Representative Williams. 119. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have not spoken to all of my mayors, but I've spoken to half of them. And they are in favor. Small town mayors are in favor. Save them time and money. So thank you to the bringer on and for.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, this seems to be an excellent deal. It's once again, we're tearing down some barriers here, allowing this process to go a little faster. So I think it would improve efficiency. I'm all in on this one.
Any others for first time? Amendment number 119 to House Bill 1. Seeing none, second time. Okay, back to the bringer, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of things that I'd like to mention just in the passing. It's a voluntary opt-in digital permitting. And here's the big deal. If we had 60 municipalities opt in, it's projected to return about 5.6 million in recovered staff capacity over 5 years. So I think it's a good thing for our small towns and cities, and urge your I vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you are voting on third reading amendment number 119 to House Bill 1. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, repeat, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Lisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Faustin, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Banks, excused to. Stivar, I to. No. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 35 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt amendment number 119 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Next amendment for our consideration will be amendment number 121. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 121 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, many say that the defenders of limited government don't have a heart. So I bring you this amendment to prove otherwise. Earlier in our efforts, there was an amendment brought that had a particular activity that was in our supplemental budget that was lost when we lost the supplemental budget. And so I'm bringing that back for you now. There's some slight changes in here so that we can bring it today. And this is to retrieve that tree in the forest that we talked about some time ago. And we're appropriating $30,000 for that. And I think the good representative from the north central part of the state would be very honored if we were able to pass this. So I'll ask for your aye vote.
Any members for your first time? Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, those moments where you just get so stuck in this, well, we got to preserve and we got to do, and then you wake up and go, what was that vote again? And that was this tree for me. And so it's something that I feel there's not very often when someone steps up and says, this really means a lot to me. Let's preserve some history. Let's bring something home that needs to come home. And so on and for this amendment, and I think it'd be a great thing if we could bring this tree home and put it in our state museum for an amazing man and just bring a little history home.
Any other members for the first time? Question being called. Members, you're voting on amendment number 121 to House Bill number 1, third reading. Chief Clerk will take the roll.
Ellerman, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary. Repeat. Repeat. Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Jarvis, 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 confirm?
Representative Jarvis.
Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 56 aye, 5 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted third reading amendment number 121 to House Bill number 1. Congratulations, Representative Winter. Okay, next amendment for our consideration, number 122, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 122 to House Bill number 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Still showing a little heart here. We tried to tell him to hit the ground running, but instead he thought we were talking about his speech and he hit the ground during his presentation. So we're giving him an opportunity to vote on his bill. It is slightly different. So in 122, you'll see that we are doing $400,000 for these trails. And we're taking the money from the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources. And we are opening it up to competitive opportunities with matching funds. You'll see that in section 2. And this is not specific to one particular trail, but open to the entire state as long as the funds will last. So I'd ask for your aye vote.
Any members for the first time? Representative Pendergraph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to congratulate the original bringer of this on following the rules and not using a prop. But that's a pretty good stunt.
Any other members? First time on the amendment? Seeing none? Okay. Body, we're voting on third reading amendment number 122, House Bill number 1. Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll, ma'am.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Houston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Andrew, no to aye. Further changes? Knapp, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 51 aye, 10 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted a third reading amendment number 122 to House Bill number 1. Okay, next for our consideration, number 124.
Mr. Speaker,
Oh, yes, Representative Klaus.
privilege of the floor.
Please proceed.
Everyone up in the North Gallery, there's 2 young ladies, they're seniors at Thunder Basin High School in my hometown. So Miss Audrey Carlson and Riley Lesher, they've been here all day.
Welcome to the House. Glad to have you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next amendment for our consideration is amendment number 125. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 125, House Bill 1, ask for your favorable consideration. We've been so kind to a couple of our members. Now I'm going to ask that you be kind to the taxpayers of the state of Wyoming. if you recall, when we passed the 25% property tax reduction last year, we put the caveat that in year two, it would be homeowner occupied only, so they would have to have lived in their home for 8 months or more. And to do that, they must go to the department, or they must go to their assessor's office and notify them that they do in fact live in the home 8 months out of the year. And we have a deadline coming up at the end of March for that notification. And what this amendment does, it goes into effect immediately, and it extends that for another few days to go to the, actually a month and a half, to May, the second week in May. So with that, I'd ask for your favorable consideration for the property owners and taxpayers of the state of Wyoming.
Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question. This looks like an amendment on House Bill 109. And that bill's on committee of the whole, I think, in the House. So what's the point, I guess? Or are we going to run that bill, or how are we going to finish this? So that's my question. Thank you.
Any other members for their first time on the amendment? No other members? Okay. Back to the bringer. Representative Bear, please.
I think everybody knows we'd just like to get this voted on, take care of our taxpayers.
Okay, members, you are voting on third reading amendment number 125, the House Bill number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration will be House number 1, reading amendment number 123. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 123 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the budget balancer based on all of our activity for the last week and day today. So this will wrap things up so we have a balanced budget. And you'll notice that we're taking funds out of the LISRA to get that balanced. And that's based on our spending. In the first section B there, you'll see we are covering other bills to date that we have funded. We also fund the action that we took on amendment number 88 today with the local governments being funded out of the BRC funds. We have the compensation that we voted on 99, and that is coming out of severance tax, but severance tax is not going to cover all of that. So we've got some funds there. And then also the change in the reduction in the block grant for the University of Wyoming of $20 million. So that's all in that $180 million there coming out of LISRA. And then in section C, we have a contingency for Senate File 119 because we passed an amendment today that pays for highway funding, and that is coming out of the SIPA account. If 119 does eliminate the SIPA, then we have to find another source for that, and this allows that to come out of the LSRA. And with that, I would ask for your favorable consideration and an aye vote.
Any discussion? No. Representative Thayer.
I'm sorry, Speaker, just clarification, aren't we on which amendment are we on?
123. House Amendment, third reading, 123. Okay, any members? Being none, back to the bringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just ask that before we vote, just to make sure everybody is on the same page. So those new amendments are down at the very bottom. And so I'm going to try to delay a little bit to make sure everybody knows what we're voting on. If I could just get an indication that we're all ready to vote. How about everybody stand up for a second, just to stretch out. We do not have a very compliant crowd today. Is she ready to vote?
I think they're still working through it.
Is the good representative ready to vote?
We're just standing up for standing up's sake right now, just making sure everybody's on the same page.
Mr.
Representative
Speaker.
Yin.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just a point of information. This is customary every budget, every supplemental budget. The point of this is that we take actions during the year, during the two readings, right? That change the amount that are in accounts. But we are constitutionally required to have a balanced budget, meaning that all of the things, we don't go under zero in any of our accounts. So this is why we have the rule that the chair of appropriations is allowed to bring amendments so they can bring this budget balancer amendment to us.
Thank you, Representative Yin. Representative Thayer, are we good? Okay, we got a thumbs
Okay.
up from Representative Thayer.
Uh,
Okay,
Mr.
body, you are voting on amendment number 123, third reading to House Bill number 1. All those in. See, this is just a balance now. What do we, this voice vote, isn't it? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Motion has been adopted. Next motion, or next amendment for our consideration, number 124. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So last one, folks. This is, I promise, the very, very last one. Mr. Speaker, I move third reading amendment number 124 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the technical corrections that were necessary that we found throughout the creation of the budget and your amendments. And I could stand here and read all these, but I think you can read them as well. Just a few punctuation changes, word changes to make sure that we are as legal as we can possibly be. And if there are no questions, I would ask for the question.
No questions? Question being called. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Motion been adopted. Number 24 has passed. Okay. We are at that order of business. The House Budget Bill on third reading. Reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1, sponsored by Appropriations, General Government Appropriations 2, an act to make appropriations for the fiscal biennium commencing July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2028, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
Okay. House Bill number 1, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Reagans, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Wasberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Campbell Kevin? Aye to no? Harrelton? Jarvis? No to aye? Sherwood? Aye to no? Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 47 aye, 14 no, 1 excused.
House Bill number 1, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected at the House, House Bill number 1 has passed the House. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Majority Floor Leaders, you have some announcements? Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 7-3, I move to lay back the following second reading bills for one day. House Bill 103, House Bill 126, and House Bill 159.
Without objection from the body, 103, 126, and 159 have been laid back one day.
Mr. Speaker, absent any objection pursuant to Rule 7-3, I'd also like to lay back third reading bills. House Bill 39, House Bill 52, House Bill 70, House Bill 141, House Bill 145, and House Bill 178.
You have heard the motion of the, motion 39, 52, 145, and 178.
And 70 and 141.
141, okay.
And members, these are all on your webpage if you want to look at those. And then when you're ready for the consent list, I can do that. We're finishing here now.
Representative Provenza,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor.
please.
I would like us all to give a huge round of applause for our staff who have been incredibly tireless through all of this, and we have held them hostage, and we owe them our greatest gratitude. Thank you.
I don't know. We can chat with them later and see if that was awkward or not or whatever, but the bullpen is all. All right. No, you guys are awesome. And we know it. We appreciate it. Oh, wow. Evidently, we're getting hardened into these late nights because that much energy this time of night. So, all right. We are at that order of business of bills on third reading and final passage. We're ready here. You're good. Oh, hold. Good. All right. What? Reading clerk, please read the bills on the consent list.
Majority floor.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, you got, okay, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr.
Please
Speaker,
give
thank
us the
you.
consent list.
And members, if you want to follow along, it's all on the webpage, this consent list. It's quite a number of bills, so you'll be able to see it there. I'll read through them quickly. Mr. Speaker, I move the third reading consent list consisting of the following bills on third reading. House Bill 16, House Bill 25, House Bill 26, House Bill 28, House Bill 41, House Bill 43, House Bill 44, House Bill 56, House Bill 69, House Bill 75, House Bill 76, House Bill 78, House Bill 80, House Bill 83, House Bill 84, House Bill 92, House Bill 95, House Bill 96, House Bill 98, House Bill 102, House Bill 112, House Bill 116, House Bill 117, House Bill 120, House Bill 127, House Bill 128, House Bill 130, House Bill 147, and House Bill 157. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, is there any of these bills that would like to be removed from the consent list? Seeing none, reading clerk, if you'll read the bills on the consent list.
House Bill 16, sponsored by Blockchain. Secretary of State, expedited filings, an act relating to the administration of government being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 25, sponsored by Education, Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Program amendments, an act relating to Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Program being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 26, sponsored by Representative Posey, vehicle registration fees, tribal governments, an act relating to motor vehicles being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 28, sponsored by Representative Strock, sexual exploitation of children amendments, an act relating to crimes and offenses being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 41, sponsored by Representative Webb, WHP, DCI, and Warden Retirement Benefits Amendments, an act relating to compensation and benefits being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 43, sponsored by Management Council, Anti-Money Laundering, an act relating to crimes and offenses being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 44, sponsored by Management Council, the Reviser's Bill, an act relating to the revision of statutes and other legislative enactments being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 56, sponsored by Representative Knapp, carbon capture mandate repeal, an act relating to public utilities being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 69, sponsored by Representative Larson Lloyd, Department of Health, land transfers, an act relating to state lands being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 75, sponsored by Representative Clouston, virtual currency kiosks, an act relating to trade and commerce being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 76, sponsored by Representative Stivar, exception for annexation with landowner objections, repeal, an act relating to annexation being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 78, sponsored by Water, Forest Health Grant Program, an act relating to the state forestry being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 80, sponsored by Representative Jarvis, identification cards, renewal for care facilities residents, an act relating to identification cards being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 83, sponsored by Management Audit, legislative subpoena penalty, an act relating to the legislature being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 84, sponsored by Management Audit, falsifying election documents, an act relating to elections being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 92, sponsored by Representative Lucas, sexual predators prohibited from public office, an act relating to the administration of government being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 95, sponsored by Representative Haroldson, concealed carry, colleges and universities, an act relating to weapons being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 96, sponsored by Representative Haroldson, carrying of concealed weapons, age requirement, an act relating to weapons being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 98, sponsored by Representative Haroldson, prohibit red flag gun seizures act, penalty amendments, an act relating to the protection of constitutional rights being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 102, sponsored by Representative Lean, protecting kids from deep fakes and exploitative images, an act relating to crimes and offenses being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 112, sponsored by Appropriations, Riverton State Office Task Force Sunset, an act relating to state-funded capital construction being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 116, sponsored by Water, destruction of water is not beneficial use, an act relating to water being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 117, sponsored by Representative Lawley, stop harm, empower women with informed notices, an act relating to public health and safety being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 120, sponsored by Representative Campbell Kevin, Energy Product Classification and Sovereignty Act, an act relating to the administration of government being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 127, sponsored by Representative Nyman, voter approval for recreation mill levy, an act relating to taxation being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 128, sponsored by Representative Tarver, enhanced oil recovery, severance tax exemption, an act relating to taxation and revenue being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 130, sponsored by Representative Wharf, Second Amendment Protection Act amendments, an act relating to the protection of constitutional rights being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 147, sponsored by Representative Locke, property tax exemptions, effective People's Initiative, an act relating to property taxation being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 157, sponsored by Representative McCann, protection of parental rights, cause of action, an act relating to parental rights being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall these bills pass the House? The Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez-Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Kim? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 16, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 25, are there any changes? Smith, aye. to no. Bear, aye, to no. Allemand, aye, to no. Haroldson, aye, to no. Brown, Gary, aye, to no. Knapp, aye, to no. Johnson, aye, to no. Riggins, aye, to no. Wasserberger, aye, to no. Lucas, aye, to no. Rodriguez Williams, aye, to no. Ottman, aye, to no. Heft, aye, to no. Pendergraft, aye, to no. Weber, aye, to no. McCann, aye, to no. Locke, aye, to no. Schmid, aye, to no. Heiner, aye, to no. Lean, aye, to no. Guggenmoss, aye, to no. Winter, aye, to no. Brady, aye, to no. Nyman, Mr. Speaker, aye, to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 36 aye, 25 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 26, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 28, are there any changes? Nicholas? Aye, to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 60 aye, 1 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 41, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 43, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 44, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 56, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Larson Lloyd, aye, to no. Storer, aye, to no. Nicholas, aye, to no. Davis, aye, to no. Further changes. Conley, aye, to no. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 56 aye, 5 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 69, are there any changes? Smith, aye, to no. Strock, aye, to no. Brown, Gary, aye, to no. Lean, aye, to no. Singh, aye, to no. Campbell Kevin, aye, to no. Bear, aye, to no. Johnson, aye, to no. Knapp, aye, to no. Lucas, aye, to no. Haroldson, aye, to no. Pendergraft, aye, to no. Riggins, aye, to no. Heft, aye, to no. Allemand, aye, to no. Rodriguez Williams, aye to no. Ottman, aye to no. Weber, aye to no. Locke, aye to no. Wharf, aye to no. McCann, aye to no. Schmid, aye to no. Webb, aye to no. Brady, aye to no. Heiner, aye. Heiner, aye to no. Wasserberger, aye to no. Winter, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 34 aye, 27 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 75, are there any changes? Chestick, aye to no. Andrew, aye to no. Brown, Gary, aye to no. Strock, aye to no. Further changes. Weber, aye to no. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 56 aye, 5 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 76, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Yin, aye to no. Chestick, aye to no. Provenza, aye to no. Sherwood, aye to no. Larson Lloyd, aye to no. Nicholas, aye to no. Storer, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 54 aye, 7 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 78, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 80, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 83, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 84, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 92, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 95, are there any changes? Jarvis, aye to no. Campbell Elisa, aye to no. Chestick, aye to no. Sherwood, aye to no. Provenza, aye to no. Further changes. Storer, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 55 aye, 6 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 96, are there any changes? Provenza, aye to no. Chestick, aye to no. Sherwood, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 58 aye, 3 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 98, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Yin, aye to no. Chestick, aye to no. Sherwood, I to know. Provenza, I to know. Storer, I to know. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 56 aye, 5 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 102, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 112, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 116, are there any changes? Singh, aye to no. Williams, aye to no. Harshman, aye to no. Brown, Landon, aye to no. Clouston, aye to no. Nicholas, aye to no. Chestick, aye to no. Washut, aye to no. Connolly, aye to no. Ginn, aye to no. Sherwood, aye to no. Provenza, aye to no. Larson Lloyd, aye to no. Wiley, aye to no. Posey, aye to no. Storer, aye to no. Larson JT, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 44 aye, 17 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 117, are there any changes? Campbell Elisa, aye to no. Chestick, aye to no. Sherwood, aye to no. Provenza, aye to no. Yin, aye to no. Byron, aye to no. Nicholas, aye to no. Storer, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Jarvis, aye to no. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 52 aye, 9 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 120, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 127, are there any changes? Brown, Landon, aye to no. Williams, aye to no. Clouston, aye to no. Fornstrom, aye to no. Harshman, aye to no. Jarvis, aye to no. Nicholas, aye to no. Campbell Elisa, aye to no. Chestick, aye to no. Sherwood, aye to no. Provenza, aye to no. Yin, aye to no. Connolly, aye to no. Larson Lloyd, aye to no. Wiley, aye to no. Storer, aye to no. Posey, aye to no. Lawley, aye to no. Banks, aye to no. Byron, aye to no. Thayer, aye to no. Davis, aye to no. Erickson, aye to no. Schmid, aye to no. Larson JT, aye to no. Haroldson, aye to no. Further changes. Guggenmoss, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 34 aye, 27 no, 1 excused.
Have to wait a second. She's overheating the computer here. Just 1 second.
Oh, as for House Bill 128, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Provenza, aye to no. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 60 aye, 1 no, 1 excused. One-third. As for House Bill 130, are there any changes? Nicholas, aye to no. Campbell, Elisa, aye to no. Chestick, aye to no. Harshman, aye to no. Sherwood, aye to no. Provenza, aye to no. Washut, aye to no. Connolly, aye to no. Larson Lloyd, aye to no. Storer, aye to no. Thayer, aye to no. Davis, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 49 aye, 12 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 147, are there any changes? Jarvis, aye to no.
What? We're good?
Jarvis? No to aye. Yin? Yin? Aye to no. Chestick, aye to no. Sherwood, aye to no. Provenza, aye to no. Storer, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 56 aye, 5 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 157, are there any changes? Nicholas, aye to no. Yin, aye to no. Chestick, aye to no. Sherwood, aye to no. Provenza, aye to no. Storer, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 55 aye, 6 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bills number 16, 25, 26, 28, 41, 43, 44, 56, 69, 75, 76, 78, 80, 83, 84, 92, 95, 96, 98, 102, 112, 116, 117, 120, 127, 128, 130, 147, and 157 have passed the House. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, Washut, please, by all means.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 9-2, I beg permission to explain a personal matter.
You certainly may.
So for some of my constituents back home who probably fell off the couch when they heard me change my vote on House Bill 130, I want to explain a very personal side of this. I probably have spent more days with a gun on my hip than probably anybody in the room. And I've been teaching defensive firearms for 20 years. So why did I vote against the Second Amendment Protection Act? I believe this bill is particularly ambiguous in places. I think it's complex. I think it lends itself to differing interpretations. And we've recently seen that a bill that lots of people think means one thing, years later can be interpreted to mean something quite different. And I worry about that with this bill. I think when you already have a Second Amendment Preservation Act in law, to bring forth another one suggests that Wyoming peace officers can only be held in check from desiring to join with law enforcement officers from agencies outside of Wyoming to violate our constitutional rights, our precious Second Amendment rights. And I feel nothing could be further from the truth. You've all received a letter signed by every sheriff in the state. When I shake hands with my sheriff, I don't see some gun-grabbing fool, right? And if the sheriffs have concern with this bill, I think we should too. And so I just wanted to make sure that people back home understood that I still bleed blue, and I have great concerns that the idea of this large individual cause of action against our law enforcement officers won't be because of some door-kicking, jackbooted thug type operation that I think comes to mind when we think of these sorts of things. But rather, it's going to be a well-intended peace officer trying their very best to keep you and I safe, who will find themselves caught up in civil liability because of this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the privilege.
You're welcome, Chairman Washut. Are there any committee announcements?
I have one.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 9 will meet on Monday, the 23rd of February in the Belfouche room to consider Senate Joint Resolution 1, State Management of Federal Mineral Leases.
Thank you, Chairman Heiner. Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 4, Education, will meet Monday upon noon recess in Capitol Extension Room 3 to hear 2 bills. Senate File 14, Literacy Position for K through 3 Reading Program, and Senate File 53, Keeping Amateurism in High School Athletics. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Vice Chair Pendergraft, number 2, Appropriations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 2 appropriations will meet Monday, February 23 upon noon recess. We'll be considering Senate File 32 engrossed 911 funding, Senate File 10 engrossed contracts for holding and treating mentally ill detainees and any referrals as assigned. Additionally, your committee number 2 will meet upon adjournment on Monday, February 23. We will be considering Senate File 1, General Government Appropriations. No public comment will be taken.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Washit. Number 1, Judiciary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 1 will meet on Monday morning at 8 o'clock in the Platte River Room to hear one bill, Senate File 9, and a reminder to members who may have received an invitation from the investigation committee. Your responses are due to the LSO by 5 p.m. on Monday.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Knapp.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Your Corporations Committee number 7 will meet Monday, February 23rd upon noon recess in Capitol Extension Room E005. We'll cover 2 bills. One is a continuation of Senate File 82, and we will also listen to Senate File 41 engrossed.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Rodriguez, number 10, Health and Labor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 10 will meet Monday at 8 a.m. in the Capitol Extension Room 3. We'll hear 2 bills, Senate File 4, Medicaid rate increase EMS services, and Senate File 6, eligibility for Medicaid criteria.
Okay, and then one other announcement. Chairman's meeting Monday, we'll do it at 7:15 a.m., not 6. Did you see what happened with number 10, Chair? It's this, 7:15. So, are there any other announcements? That clears the deck? Okay. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move that we adjourn the House until Monday, February 23rd at 10 a.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Motion has been adopted. See you Monday morning. House stands in adjournment.